myostatin protein, which regulates muscle growth, resulting in larger, more powerful animals. If a bear had this condition, it might come across looking like a monster. The team arrives at the landing site where the fishermen pulled ashore 60 years ago. The reported location of the village is up in the woods. They remain vigilant. One sighting of this white bear was reported just 2 weeks ago by a hunter.
Pretty dense brush out here.
Would this white bear just be a polar bear? Well, this really makes sense down here.
Maybe it's not a pure polar bear. They have crossbred with grizzlies.
Polar bears are the largest bears in the world, which makes them the largest carnivores on land. Males commonly reach 1,500 pounds and can get well over 2,000. But in Alaska, their range is limited to the north and northwest fringes of the state. However, crossbreeds of polar bears and grizzlies have been found in the wild. Could this have led to a white bear that's comfortable in warmer climates?
Check this out, guys.
Oh yeah, look at that. Still got some structure standing. It's been a long time. Look at all that growth, Tom.
We gotta look for signs of bear here. Any paw marks, tracks, scratch in the building.
I agree. We need to be looking for everything, though, guys. We're gonna find out what happened to this village.
The abandoned village has shades of another American mystery, the lost colony of Roanoke Island. Established in 1587, Roanoke was the first English colony in the New World. But when a supply ship showed up 3 years later, everyone had vanished. Theories ranged from an attack by hostile Spaniards to a failed relocation in search of resources. But these Alaskan natives were skilled survivalists and had no known enemies, limiting such theories.
Careful now. There could be squatters or wild animals that aren't happy to see us.
The village has been uninhabited for nearly 60 years, but relic hunters and other visitors have cleaned out most of it.
We're clear, Tommy. Coming out.
The team searches the sparse remains of the settlement. They know the odds of finding evidence this long after the incident are slim, but there could be traces of biological matter that offer some insight.
I pull out my UV light, hoping that I might get lucky and find some old dried blood or something, but I'm not seeing anything.
You guys seeing anything?
Not yet.
I'm seeing a bunch of broken down buildings.
The place is falling apart here.
We're clear here. Yeah, we're good to go, buddy.
What's the plan?
Search all around and look for everything, Any signs we can find at all, bears, people, blood, some sign of what happened in this village.
I think we need to check the perimeter of the village here.
I agree.
As the team widens their search, Ken breaks out a metal detector. If there are any shallow graves, there could be jewelry or other artifacts that might reveal them.
No stone unturned, huh?
Man, I'm finding nothing. Signs of remains, bones, anything. You pretty much can rule out plague and famine. I mean, we're so close to the coastline. All this lush landscape. There's no way people died of famine.
No.
And if it was a plague and people died, there'd be remains.
Absolutely. You'd see something.
Hey, guys! What do you got?
Just noticed something on the ground, so I started poking around over here. You see this?
Yeah.
I mean, look at these. These are definitely been placed here in a circle. This could mean something.
Ken has found a small ring of stones. It's unclear whether its function was ceremonial or survivalist.
We're just kind of looks like a fire pit to me. You have potential squatters and maybe even residences here.
Can we just dig this up a little bit and see what's underneath?
All right, we can do that. What do you got there, Tom?
dead and buried a long time.
Definitely looks like a vertebrae, doesn't it? Yeah, those are bones.
For
No
sure.
doubt about it.
Looks like a fish to me.
I know from my research that stone circles have a lot of significance. The Inuit people would make sacrificial offerings to some of their spirits.
Well, I don't know if it's just a meal or part of an offering.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Sacrificial offerings are a part of virtually every known religion, grounded in the principle of bringing the best of one's bounty to the deity that provided it. But anything less could draw the god's wrath. Could these fish bones represent the sacrifice to the bear god Morgasuk, ruler of the sea? And could they be from the time when the village was still populated?
Fish is the offering of choice to the Torngas, so my theory may have some validity. Perhaps this bear spirit found this offering was not substantial enough.
What's up, JH?
Drove the people out of this area.
Well, whatever happened, we back up.
That's cool. That's what I want you to do.
Well, we definitely
Pop in and out. It's like your home base.
So let's get to the lab.
I'm happy you're here.
Recently, took a break.
I do my best to not. I don't touch anything combustible. And there's nothing about electronics in the Bible. Everything else is basically based on tradition. So,
There's a lot of evidence for tradition. I definitely respect tradition, of course, but
I've done it as well. But I've even talked to the most orthodox of orthodox. And with the smart home, the way it is, everybody's breaking it. Nobody's taking down their Wi-Fi on Friday. In the most orthodox of 5 towns or in Crown Heights or in Los Angeles or in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or London or Cape Town, nobody is removing their Wi-Fi. And here's another thing, JH. Nobody really knows when Shabbat is. If you know anything about the people, which you do, and you know, Shabbat could be today. And here's the amazing thing. And when I talk to Israelis, they're like, you're my favorite rabbi I've ever met. And here's why. There's absolutely. Here's a very important thing. There's a 1 in 7 chance that it's Shabbat tonight. Okay? It could be tomorrow. It could be Sunday. It could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We don't know. Basically, it's a guess. It's a 1 in 7 chance that the rabbis of antiquity picked the right day, because we don't know exactly the day that God chose. And if you want to know in reality how the calendaring system works, not just in Judaism, but in humanity, we haven't had a consistent calendar, whether it's the Gregorian calendar or the Julian calendar or the Hebrew calendar. We haven't had a consistent one. Essentially, you can even take the Gregorian calendar or even in the calendar that England uses. And England in the 18th century, so the 1700s, had to have a month in the fall. It was like September of only 12 days to catch up with everybody else. Basically, everybody had to align, and people don't know this. Around 1800, the late 17th century, early 19th century, late 18th century. Basically, around the metric system was when this discussion took place after the French Revolution. And basically, people started aligning on measurements. Here's another thing, though. They actually got wrong. And it's true. Like, once my stream goes big, there's a lot that we've uncovered that it's gonna change the world. One thing is the meter is gonna have to change. You're like, Rabbi, how are you gonna change the meter? Well, here's the thing. If you know anything about how the meter was developed, a lot of people don't. Essentially, people got together and ideologues and the learned of the day in the late 1700s and divided like an approximation of what the world was. So a meter ended up being 1 millionth of the 1 meter was 1 million meters was the distance from the pole to the equator. So that means around that the Earth is supposed to be 40,000 meters around. Now, let me check this because I'm an imperial person. So, meters or kilometers. I'm sorry, not meters. Sorry, meters. So, Earth circumference. So JH, this is a very important conversation, and I think James is in here too. He's on one of these. James Kaminsky, are you in here? Excellent. Okay, so the Earth's circumference, so I'm right, is 40,030 kilometers. Okay. The real Earth equator length is about 40,075 kilometers. So what do we mean? See, the Earth is not perfectly spherical. It's a little fatter than it is tall. And so they didn't necessarily know this or account for this when they were accounting for the meter. So the meter's actually going to have to change if we want it to be accurate, and we do. We want the Earth to be 40,000 kilometers around. That's what they were going for in France when they developed the metric system. That's what they wanted. The Earth was going to be 40,000 meters around, but it's not. They did the measurement just a little bit off. It's actually currently 40,030 kilometers. So that means a meter is going to have to be like perhaps elongated, like slightly. Like you wouldn't be able to see it with the human eye, but there's going to be a huge push when this goes big that I'm going to help lead to get the United States, England, and Myanmar, Burma, on the metric system, because those are the only 3 countries that are still on the imperial system. And the way that we do this is pretty simple. In every major city in America, but also really every major town, every major city and every town in America will do this. You just find a straightaway, like a road that is 1 kilometer long, and you put a start and you put a finish to get it in people's eyes, an idea. And then you throw a party there. Hey, this is what a kilometer is. And on top of that, you start putting the distance between roads and your speedometer in kilometers and in miles per hour. And the youth within 1 generation will just be used to using kilometers anyway because it's easier. And eventually it will grandfather itself out. Now, why is this important to Shabbat? Because my Jewish brethren, as we know, we're very, very specific about things. And I was that way too, to the point where, I knew I'm getting texts at exactly, 4:18 that I need to know that I need to be home, or I need to be at shul, or I need to be davening, or I've got another 18 minutes till sundown, whatever it is. I know how to play that game. Here's the thing that people don't understand. That is a traditional way of thinking, but we don't know, or we didn't know a lot about the world that we do in modern times. So like what? There are areas of the world where the sun doesn't set. So at what time, JH or James or anyone else, do you light Shabbat candles if the sun isn't going to set? It's a good question. Alaska, Iceland, there are areas in Iceland, literally in the summer, it's like 24 hours. The sun does not set. So there isn't a point where you would light Shabbat candles. Well, guess what? Everything's out the door when we start to realize this. Orthodox Judaism, modern Orthodox Judaism, and even the stray dogs on the side, conservative and Reform Judaism, while that's 90% of Judaism, all will admit nobody knows the answer to some of these questions, like what do we do if the sun doesn't set in an area? Here's another great question. Space tourism is becoming big. One of my colleagues, a friend of mine, Rabbi Benzion, we call him Benzi, Seidman, he is the rabbi of William Shatner. If you know who William Shatner is, he is the Star Trek, he's like Space, the Final Frontier, and he has been to space. And it's a question that we had amongst my colleagues. Well, do you take tefillin up to space? And it was a really good question. And we decided, you don't. We don't want to do this stuff in space. At least of my friends who are rabbis, but I think of most, when of our rabbinical colleagues agree with this. Once you start having people go to space, we kind of graduated from our traditional orthodox, and that changes. Cameras is working. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So basically, like I have my tefillin here. 6 days a week. Most weeks, just depending because the calendar changes on when you have to don these. I'm laying tefillin, and here's the thing. Once we start exploring space, everything changes. All of that tefillin and all of the Shabbat rules are all earthbound, but none of them have anything to do with space. And frankly, I mean, we're all waiting on Mashiach to come and give us the A-OK that we're allowed to do all this stuff. But in the meantime, as someone who has a platform to perhaps speak on behalf of Judaism and to ease people's concerns and to be an example to them in a shining light, they should know that within the next 50 years, the electric car is going to transform Judaism to really bring together Reform, conservative, modern Orthodox, the Hasidic world, humanitarian Judaism, secular Judaism, everyone. Because no longer will you have to worry about combustion. You can just program the car to go to shul for you. So no longer do you necessarily have to live within the community because you're not going to be breaking any prohibition. Basically, as of right now, JH, and I mean, I've learned under the best modern Orthodox rabbis that America has produced, which means they're better than the ones in Israel. The modern Orthodox rabbis under whom I've studied went to Israel and realized that those rabbis didn't know what was going on in comparison to what was going on in Brooklyn and what was going on particularly in Crown Heights when it came to some of the developments that we have as a people. And yeah, we've spread a lot of the technology, but now with a lot of the advancements in the smart home, you don't have to break really any Shabbat prohibitions. And that's a beautiful thing, people can sleep easily. So I'm actually, I feel an excellent example of someone who you can watch for 24 hours on Shabbat and not breaking any prohibitions, and that it's available. And, that this changes things. I mean, look, I don't know what you like, how religious you were during the pandemic, but if you were a member of shuls during the pandemic, there was even a question of live streaming in Orthodox shuls during the pandemic. And the Sephardim did it in some, and Ashkenazim did not in some. And some people kind of did a little bit of both. But I'm going to tell you, the pandemic changed a lot of things for people. I mean, I'm going to tell you this, JH. I had been going to shul in a black suit, black tie, black hat for 666 days, and the pandemic hit. And we weren't allowed to go to shul anymore. But I'd gone every single day. Now, you're not supposed to count. So we'll say it's approximate. But I'm telling you, it was just short of 2 years before the pandemic hit, and we had to do everything virtually. Okay, so what else does that change about the Judaism? As I said previously, there's only a 1 in 7 chance that it's Shabbat tonight. Okay, what does that mean? 1 in 7 chance. Well, that means that it could be tomorrow, it could be Sunday, it could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You're taking a chance. And it is, if you read Torah, it is a prohibition to make Shabbat on any other day but Shabbat. But we don't know what Shabbat is. If you really ask, no one knows. And so it's a very good question. It's basically calling the emperor with no clothes on. And that's what I've done. Now, I do it in a very polite way to my rabbis, and they've become my colleagues. They know, their spouses know that nobody really knows, and that they're just waiting on one leader to be the person, to be an example of what to do, and to say whether I could be that person. I'm just someone who has, dedicated their life to world peace, certainly, but I'm waiting for Mashiach just like everybody else is. All I can tell you is that you can live an Orthodox life on camera and not break any prohibitions. Here's another thing, another really important thing. Here's the thing. As when I say I've learned under the best rabbis, my Hebrew, my rabbinical, or my biblical Hebrew is not the best, but I know all of the loopholes within Judaism, which I'd rather have a rabbi who can teach me all the ins and outs than, and I plan on, when I'm really able to, and not have to worry about the streams as much, really like study on camera so that my biblical Hebrew is perfect, absolutely perfect. But in the meantime, without going into that, the idea of some of the rules that we have some changing things, particularly when it comes to the modern age. So with Shabbat, if it's only a 1 in 7 chance that tonight is Shabbat, then that means, and this is why Israelis love me. They love when I say this, that if you take the math, in fact, I'll do it for you, just so we can see, and I want to make the imprint in you, JH and James, because this is genius. If anything, this is rabbinical alpha. When you really want to get down to the nitty gritty and the discussions that are had with people, with congregants, members of your shul, whatever, real shul or X. So I'm going to go over here to my calculator, and it's a very simple math equation. This is Israel's favorite math equation. You know what? It's already in here. There is a 0.14, there's a 14% chance that it's Shabbat tonight. So how do we do this? You just take the number 1 divided by 7 equals 0.14285714. So what does that mean? Well, that means that there's more than an 85% chance that tonight is not Shabbat. Now we have to think about that. That's a very important point that I make. Why? Because everybody from Yerushalayim to Crown Heights to Pico Robertson in Los Angeles and all these neighborhoods, everyone is all worried about Shabbat, right? Okay, but nobody's looking at the bigger picture here and saying, there's only a 14% chance that it's Shabbat tonight. In fact, there's a much higher percent chance that it's not Shabbat tonight. And so perhaps we should be living our lives much more the secular way like Israel does, as opposed to this somewhat neurotic way that we've developed in the diaspora over 2,000 years of, essentially exile. Absolutely. So that's another perfect example. You're absolutely right. So milchig and fleischig, if you're not aware, there are all kinds of different rules. Here's the basic breakdown. It is a Torah prohibition that you should cook a goat calf in its mother's milk. Now that means, right. And so you have essentially a very interesting thing here. Not many people eat goat. JH, when's the last time you ate goat? Goat and lamb are different. Lamb is sheep. Right. Goat is different. Okay. So we have to go with the words are in Torah. And it says a kid in its mother's milk. Now, that doesn't mean cow. That doesn't mean sheep. And that doesn't mean, things that chew their cud and have split hooves. That means kid and goat. Okay. But this has been expanded to being any kind of meat. Hold on, though. Not true, because fish aren't included. And any kind of dairy. And now you get into very, very specific rules based on your traditions, based on your region, based on your family. So there are several ways of thought. You have the Ashkenazic way that, well, there are other ways too when it comes to things about like eating insects and things like Ashkenazim don't eat insects, Sephardim do, some other things like that, some insects. But basically, the prohibition on mixing meat and milk can be gotten around in so many different ways. Like what? You eat the dairy before you eat the meat. And basically all you have to do is rinse out your mouth. And even the most orthodox rabbis I know will do that. And they even like tell their kids, their grandkids that, like, you know, there are some prohibitions, there are ways around this. So like what would you do? You're not supposed to eat like a steak and then eat ice cream afterwards. But you can eat ice cream before and the steak afterward. All kinds of little ways that we can do.
Isn't it all based off of what rabbis
It is. It is. And that's what this gets down to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what this exactly. And so we just need a leader. And that's why I've created this platform in some ways to be able to have these discussions, because JH, they're fabulous discussions and they're ground changing discussions. Here's another really good point that I've made to rabbis, and they said, that's an excellent point, Rabbi. So at the end of Shabbat, there's a tradition, a ceremony known as Havdalah. Do you know what Havdalah is?
It's a
Yeah,
little
I
surprising.
studied Sephardic
That fish is attempting to do something. I would think that something would have at least checked it out.
Excellent. Excellent. So essentially, you need to light a candle to mark the end of Shabbat. However, it's kind of paradoxical because you have to create combustion in order to end Shabbat. Does that make sense? Yeah, you have to light a braided candle. So essentially, you run into an issue where how are you going to burn this braided candle when traditionally you've had to use combustion? Well, there are some modern day advancements that we have been able to, I would say, develop as a species, and some people don't know about it. And what would that be? So essentially what I'm saying is that there's an argument to be made that every Jew who celebrates Shabbat properly, Shomer Shabbat Jew, is perhaps violating Torah or violating the laws of Shabbat when they light the candle, the braided candle for Havdalah. However, there's a way around this, and we didn't know this until, I would say, just in the 21st century. There's a type of lighter. I have one. I don't have it right here with me, but I'd show you. It's called a USB lighter. JH, have you ever seen a USB lighter? So basically, it lights with electricity. It doesn't light using traditional combustion, using traditional gas or traditional butane or traditional liquid type of. So you can actually charge a lighter. And so at least when I perform the Havdalah ceremony, I use a USB lighter. Why? Because then I'm not running into this issue of creating combustion on Shabbat, because electricity is not combustion. And there are people who say it is. And I argue with them that scientifically it's not. Those people who say that fire and electricity are the same don't know science. They aren't the same. Fire and electricity are two distinct things. And those people, I would agree with you on that. What up, Bimba? We got Bimba in the house. So basically there's some questions that I raised that I think are important and that no one discusses. And so when I'm able to have these discussions with my fellow Jews, it opens up their eyes to some excellent questions out there. Now, look, many of them just say, look, I just do what my parents do. And they're just, ensuring that they stay in the will and they get their inheritance and all that other stuff. And I get that. They want to maintain that type of Orthodox lifestyle. I get that. But then on the other side, we have people who are secular who basically barely know they're even Jewish and don't do anything. and there's a happy medium. The people who don't do anything a lot of times because they say that the religious people have taken things far too seriously. And the religious people say that the secular people are lax in their ways, or basically may not state that publicly, but behind closed doors, that's a discussion that takes place. When in reality, there's a much more attainable center ground that they both can utilize and love and live in a Jewish community. And so what would that be? Well, at least in the state of California, by the year 2035, all cars and trucks will be mandated to be electric. So that means not only will you not have to worry about the combustion issue, but you won't have to worry about the, I shouldn't say they have to be electric. I misspoke. They can't be traditional gas-powered engines. So they can also be hydrogen. Now, there's a question, can you make a hydrogen car electric? Yeah, that's the kind of rabbi I am, to be honest with you, is the one who can ensure that you can drive on Shabbat, because I know all of the science within a car. I'm not saying I know everything about a car, but I know the different kinds of cars and the way that they operate and whether they are appropriate to use on Shabbat. And essentially at this point, most electric cars are. It's the issue that occurs is perhaps the driving. So there's the argument of this, that perhaps even an electric car, this is the argument that has traditionally been made within Orthodox Judaism against the electric car. Okay, well, because the electric car has been around for 100 years, so Jews have known about this, and Jews have owned electric cars. Well, why haven't we been using them on Shabbat? Here's the thing. The argument has been that the actual act of driving is work. And why is it work? Well, you're open to a lot more opportunities, I would say, for chaos to occur. And those are things that you want to avoid on Shabbat. So, but in today's day and age, you can program a car, which changes things. So the self-driving car really removes a lot of those previous challenges to the electric car on Shabbat. So with many of these developments, I would say from what I've seen, within 10 years, you'll have your major Jewish communities, the Orthodox communities, will live a life with the smart home, and I will help them do it, where they will program their car to drive them to shul if they want. A lot of people still walk because they bought those houses, but those houses are going to be worth huge money, because anything within walking distance of a shul is going to be gigantic money when this gets, when people start to find out about this. But moreover, you're going to have people who celebrate Shabbat who never did before. And what do I mean? When we're able to celebrate Shabbat on camera as a group, as an entire nation around the world via telestream, basically live stream, we can come together. And when we're having these discussions, we can come together as a people once a week. Now, there's another thing that is going to come about that's going to change things as well. Now, this is more like 100 years from now, but I'm very serious about it. And that's the jump room. So, Jake, do you know what a jump room is? That's okay. That's okay. So a jump room is kind of like what it sounds. It's basically a portal into which you walk in one area of the world, and it teleports you into another area of the world. And if you're like, well, that's crazy. That's science fiction. It's absolutely feasible. Wait, you're absolutely right. Wait, that's different. That's different, and we can have that discussion. Now, I'm just talking about in real time, being in Los Angeles, California, walking in a jump room, and being in Jerusalem, Israel, for Shabbat, and that's going to be a possibility within like maybe 100 years from now. So, what will Judaism look like? I mean, Judaism will win out. The entire world will be Israel eventually. Now, if you're like afraid to hear this, this is just basically what has been, I would say, prophesized within the Talmud and within Kabbalah. And so what does that mean? It means a lot of people who didn't know they were Jewish are going to be, I mean, it's going to be a much more open community, open society. I'm not saying everybody will be able to do it, but generally, people don't realize that all Jews, I shouldn't say all Jews because that's certainly not true, but most Jews can, who are matrilineal, so that's what we consider Jews, and can trace their lineage back to 4 women in the Bible. And this was a study that was done at the beginning of the 21st century and has held true. But there are a lot of people, that means there are a lot of people out there who don't know they're Jews that are, and they're going to be welcomed back into their community. Now, is there like a test you can take to see? I wish that helped you, but your grandfather does not help you. Your grandmother would help you. Oh, your grandmother, and then your mother or her. Correct. But here's the thing. Just because you don't know that she wasn't, doesn't mean that she wasn't. There are a lot of people out there, mostly like I would say, of the world's population, something between 400 million and 800 million people on Earth can tie themselves back to these 4 women. Now, why do I say that? Because the Roman Empire, people don't know this, but the Roman Empire at one time was approximately 10 to 20% of the world's population. And of that population, between 40 to 50% of it at one time was the ancient Near East, which was Israel, basically, that had been conquered. That was a huge population. So the Roman population became infiltrated with Jews around the time of like the fall of the Second Temple, so 70 CE. And that means that your major areas of the Mediterranean were infiltrated with Jews, including in Greece, including in Rome, including in Spain, certainly, where this, you get Sephardim.
All around the empire, all around the known world.
Exactly. So, and then up, exactly, and then up through Europe, and then additionally, and there's a lot of evidence towards this, the British Isles. And when I say that, I really mean it. And if you talk with British people, there is a tradition in their culture that they are the lost tribe of Israel. And there's a lot of evidence towards this. So, and people don't know it, but it's true if you really follow where these migrations took place. And, okay, so what does that mean for Jews today? Well, it means that a lot of people who aren't necessarily, didn't know they were Jews, will have the opportunity to become Jewish. But also, that means this: all Jews, whether you are the most, I would say, the most traditional of the Hasidim, or the most secular of a reform, will have to have, in their own way, a type of conversion. And what does that mean? The most religiously, I would say the most religiously inclined Hasidim still fail 100% of the time to follow 100% of all of the rules that there are to being a Jew. And that means that everyone, and also it's like, there's a discussion of like, well, what is really breaking a prohibition? I mean, there's a discussion of that too. What I'm trying to say is no one is perfect. And so everyone's going to realize that. And they're going to see that there's a... Exactly. In order to be able to follow, no one ever has been able to complete 613 mitzvot. And the reason why is because you have to be both genders. So nobody's been able to do it. Believe it or not, JH, I, according to the state of California, am both man and woman. Wait, am I man and woman? No. Hold on. I was originally a man. Then I became non-binary. Then I became a woman. Why? state of California would let you do it, so I did. And go ahead. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate International Women's Day. You know, it's my first one as a woman, and I just want everyone to know that it's been good. It's been good. Everybody, James, you're the first person to ever wish me that, so I appreciate that. But why? To be honest with you, there's a chance that if someone were to do what I did, they could accomplish all 613 mitzvot if they lived long enough, which is really interesting to me. So that's why I did it. So there are other reasons too, but technically, before you were never able to do this, but now there's perhaps the opportunity. Long story short, nobody's been the perfect Jew basically, and everybody's going to realize that. And you know, I mean, we're moving away from the traditionalist aspect within all societies. I mean, here's what I thought. I thought, all right, you go, there's going to be some cave in Israel, and there's going to be some rabbi in there, and he's going to be the most, the absolute most devoted Jew that you're ever going to find. And it's not true. In fact, in Israel, the rabbis, at least with whom I've had any interaction, are more secular than you would find in some of your more conservative, not conservative Judaism, but we'll say your more Orthodox communities in the United States. So if you go particularly in Brooklyn, Crown Heights, you go to Five Towns, you go to Monsey, you go to Lakewood, you're going to have, I would say, perhaps the strongest rabbis that you're going to find. I'm not saying that Israel's not great and that their Hebrew isn't fabulous. No, that their Hebrew is great. But here's the thing. It's very easy for me to counter any Israeli rabbi right now. And here's all I have to say. When they're like, oh, Israel has the best rabbis, I just say, y'all weren't a fucking country 100 years ago. You didn't even have, like, there were very few rabbis in Israel in 1924. Not a lot in comparison to today, okay? But Brooklyn in 1924 had all the rabbis, basically. So what I'm saying to you is basically all your rabbis at some point were in the diaspora and have come to Israel because we were a people who were in exile for 2,000 years before 1948. And it's a legitimate argument to make that, you know, the true rabbinical dynasties have not been in Israel. They've been in the diaspora, particularly in Europe and in the United States. So, but that isn't to say that some of my favorite rabbis aren't Israeli rabbis. One of the closest rabbis, in fact, I've ever had is Rabbi Moshe Shalom, and he's from Israel, and I would just tell you that his journey, like he's probably, I would say, I could even say this. I would say this. If this stream gets big, he will be the best known Israeli in global history. I mean that. If this stream doesn't get big, no big deal. But he was a profound mentor in my life, and he's not the only Israeli rabbi that I've ever had. I've had other rabbis who were mentors from Israel, but this one in particular. And as I've doxed him on this, I don't want to necessarily tell all his stories, but let's just say that I would say that the traditional Israeli rabbi has a different story than what you would find in the United States. Anyway, enough of that. Look how many people we have in here. Open Whale, how are you? We got Real Schiller X, Tempura, of course, Bimba, James Kaminsky. Open Whale, how are you? Open Whale, we're all waiting for you. I mean, honestly, if you guys didn't know, I was in here talking about how excited I was for Open Whale to come and join us, just be able to discuss things with us, to be able to strategize. Open Whale, how you doing, baby? So, Open Whale, if you weren't aware, Oh, they left. Okay, I was gonna mock them. Anyway, that's cool. So this opens up these discussions. I mean, if you really want to know, they're bigger than Judaism. We're talking about changing the meter. That's huge. But we're also talking about the United States eventually getting on the metric system. That's huge too. Now, we need a leader in the United States to be able to make that push. And I don't know if it would be a politician or an influencer, but very easily, I'm telling you very easily, I could just go on Instagram and be like, hey, to all of the celebrities out there, basically, do you know how much more sense it makes to use the metric system? And I could get the metric system trending on Twitter or Instagram once the stream got big. Why? It just needs a leader. And people will say, we tried this. We tried this in the late 1970s and the early 1980s. Yeah, we did. And we failed. That doesn't mean we can't try again. And it wasn't explained to people correctly. People have to understand it this way. Don't look at it as us versus them. It's this. If we want to ever get off of this planet, we have to use some unified systems. There are no space colonies out there that use multiple systems, whether it's like computer languages or whether it's measurement systems. They have all, throughout evolution, eventually evolved to a point where they matured into one system. And at this point, we are down to two. We've gone from like hundreds on Earth down to two. And it's just because of the powers of these countries that we don't unify. So what does that mean? The United States is going to be pissed off that it has to change, but it's already moved, like it's already progressed so many different ways. I mean, like, look, if people are fine with the LGBTQ plus movement, they're going to be fine with a centimeter. I mean, like, that's not a big deal. That's something that makes sense to people. It's rational. And that also doesn't mean that you can't measure in feet and you can't measure in imperial anymore. You still can, but just understand that when your children are being taught in school, they're going to be taught both systems, and eventually they're not going to care about the imperial system. But you'll be dead by then, or you won't care. But that's an important point to make. So, but we do need a leader when it comes to unifying the system. Now, there's a question: well, why don't we have everybody join the imperial system? I would love that, but it doesn't have a consistent base. You need to choose a base and remain consistent, and imperial just doesn't. And the metric system does. Now, what Americans are going to love and will be a happy medium for the world is the discussion that we recently had regarding the circumference of the Earth. So if you weren't here, Earth's circumference is 40,030 kilometers, which means that the meter has actually been incorrectly measured from about 225 years ago. So what does that mean for us today? That means that in addition to the United States having to change from the imperial system to the metric system, the entire rest of the globe is going to have to make a slight change to the meter, which honestly will make Americans very happy that it's like nobody had a perfect system. Metric actually wasn't perfect, and neither is imperial. Metric was a little off, and imperial is just going to have to, people who use imperial are just going to have to change over to the metric system. But that means the entire globe is going to have to change. There are some other things that will change on this. If you really want to know, I can tell them to you. Like, and the way that I know this is just how, from what people have studied of advanced civilizations, the way advanced civilizations operate, they use unified systems. So they have like unified communication systems, unified measurement systems, like everything that they use, their systems are unified. They don't. Well, correct. But and we need to do that. But here's the thing: there have been accidents that have occurred on in space travel. Nothing that killed anyone, but because there's been an issue between metric and imperial. There have been some major incidents. Hold on, I'll even look them up. Incidents between metric imperial, and these things are huge money issues. So these conversion errors, like they cause deaths, and that's serious, especially when in chemistry, when you're like milliliters versus fluid ounces and stuff. So what disaster, like, okay, here's one. September 99, after 10 months of travel, the Mars climate orbiter burned and broke. On the day NASA engineers were expecting to celebrate, the ground reality turned to be completely different, all because someone failed the right units, i.e. failed to use the right units, metric units. So they were using imperial. Now, this was in 1999, but this is a Mars climate orbiter, and this is dangerous, absolutely. And so it's a multi-million-dollar mistake. Here's another issue that occurs is when it comes to these distances. So let's take into account the idea that we're going to have to change the length of the meter. Okay, so when we are like doing approximations of distances, let's just say to Mars, we're going to have to change what it is in the meter. Like basically whatever we're saying the distance is to Mars currently, that's under what we currently understand a meter to be. But I'm saying that we're going to have to change what the meter is a little bit. And so what does that mean? Well, it's really important discussion when we're talking deep space travel, because you can imagine when you have many of these kilometers together, if you don't have exact measurements, you're going to some issues are going to occur, especially something as large as. I would be in agreement with you on perhaps this argument.
Terrestrial mathematical base that outside of the planet, because look at elliptical orbit. How is that defined mathematical?
It's certainly a discussion that we could have. At least in this case, when originally we were supposed to accurately measure something, and it was supposed to be 40,000 kilometers, but it actually was inaccurately measured, and it actually turns out to be 40,030 kilometers. That extra 30 kilometers ends up being a huge difference when you're talking deep space, just giant. So we have to make the adjustment there. But what ends up happening is when we start to create these unified systems, we have to use a single system. So in addition to the we will have a change in the, just one moment, we will have a change in the we will have a change in the measurements. There will also be a change though in the calendar. And why? So here's another thing that occurs. Now, are these Jewish discussions? I think so. But that's just because we're using measurements, and both like society uses measurements and Jewish culture uses these measurements too. Okay, so what does that mean? When it comes to a calendar, let's just talk the secular calendar, because the Jewish calendar is a mess. But the secular calendar, okay, so most people, right? So most people think that a lot of times they think a leap year is once every 4 years. Like we had a leap month last month, but it has a more specific definition. It's what? Yes, but it's still not exactly right. You mean 0.25? Like, because it's one. I'm saying that the current calendar that's used in the business world, the 365-day calendar, I call that the secular calendar. I understand Gregorian and Julian. I get that. I don't want to go into the religiosity of it. I want to talk about the rationality of it. Well, I tend to disagree. It's confusing, and here's why. What is a leap year? To be a leap year, the year number must be divisible by 4, except, and this is why it's really confusing, except for end of century years, which must be divisible by 400. Holy fucking shit. What does that mean? So this means that the year 2000 was a leap year, although 1900 was not. So it's not just every 4 years and that one time around the sun is 365.25. It's not that. That is not correct. It's a little more than that, and it's not a perfect system. So what that actually means is that we have to make slight adjustments to the calendar every so often, which causes some major issues. Now, to those here on Earth, maybe it doesn't cause that many issues, but when we're talking deep space travel, it makes huge issues. So what is the ideal system? It's this. You have to, and I've already done this. I've already created this calendar, and I've shown it to people. And if you're like, well, why don't you show it to us? I can't find it on this computer, but I'll explain it to you, and it works really well. So the calendar system is something that will be made mandatory by the corporate world. And so the way that you have to convince people to do this is from a corporate standpoint. Your person on the street isn't going to be able to make this lift, but CEOs of companies will eventually, like bankers will get on this. So what is my system? Okay. It's a 365.25, whatever that little amount is exactly, is 1 year. Okay. So that means you don't have to deal with leap years, but there are some other things that you have to do with it. Also, to make things easier, and since we're moving everything towards a metric system, this is a base 10 system as well. So what does that mean? It means that there are 10 months in this calendar. It's like, Rabbi, how do you work 10 months into 365 days? I'll explain. Now, I've run this by a lot of people, not just you all. And every time I run it by them, everyone says, for the most part, they say, I love it, but you got to listen to it. So here's how it works. Every week is 10 days. Okay. And the way that I can get this by the Jewish folk is to ensure that some of the days, your weekend, quote unquote, is on the 7th day, basically. So here's how your weekday works. Each week is 10 days. You work 3 days. Those are your first 3 days of work. Then you have like a hump day in the middle. You have a day off. Then you work another 3 days. So you work 3 on, 1 off, 3 on, and then you get a 3-day weekend. So you always get a 3-day weekend every week. And people love that idea. Basically, in addition to having a mid-week break of a day, you also get a 3-day weekend. So you work 6 days a week and you're off 4 days a week. Now, people are going to say, well, hold on, you're not going to get the same productivity out of people. You have to slightly extend the workday, which is already done in most places. Instead of it being like an 8 to 5 workday, it has to be adjusted to be about 8 to 6, something like that, but nothing major. And if you think many people are working remotely, that's basically what you're going to have anyway. And the payoff is that you get a day off during the week and you get 3-day weekends. Okay, what else does that mean? You have 10 months in the year. Now, that doesn't divide equally. Here's how it works. 9 of the months each have 40 days. Okay, so that means 360 of the days are all divisible by 40 days. Each month is 40 days and divide it by 9. Now, you've got a 10th month there. And the 10th month is not the length of the other months. The 10th month is 5.25, whatever the extra amount to make it so that you don't need a leap year. So it's like 5.25 days is your 10th month. Now, you may be saying, that sounds weird. Well, there's no perfect way to do a calendar. That's why everybody's been having these issues. And there's also no perfect way to do it using a decimal system. So what do you do in the corporate world for those last 5.25 days? Really, in the corporate world today, it's currently done anyway. That's usually people's holiday break. And as I've run this by people. It's basically a time for secular holidays. What people are moving toward, believe it or not, in a huge way, is the holiday of Festivus. If you don't know what Festivus is, it's a secular holiday that replaces basically many religious holidays in the winter. And there's a big push for like a 5.5 day or 5.25 day month of like holidays. Basically, this would be a time, 5.25 days, which would be like a holiday break globally. So basically, what you would have is your first month is 40 days. Each month has 4 weeks in it. Each week has 3 days that you work, 1 day you're off, 3 days you work, and then 3 days you're off. This satisfies any Jewish concerns because it means your seventh day you'll still always be off. It's still 1 year days off, and it also appeases the Christian concerns because not only is the seventh day off, so for both of them it would be off, but also the day after that is off too. So if Christians want to say that they're, it basically maintains the same standard that we currently have. And so I get some pushback from people like, okay, wait, how are you going to change the whole calendar? Well, people don't know this. I've worked in banking before and in financial services. There's something called the decimal time. So basically, there's already a time system that I have used in a bank or in a credit union where you would punch in, and you wouldn't punch in at like 8:56 in the morning. It would show you at like 8 point like 9:2. Basically, all of the minutes were decimal. They were not your normal 60 minutes. And you can do that with hours as well. So basically what this consists of is changing the clock to have 10 hours per day in it. Midday is at 5. Midnight is essentially at 0 or 10. Now, the way that you do this, and the way that other systems have done this successfully, is you eventually create, and it's easy to do with technology, displays on things that show both. So just like we have multilingual Spanish and English, or English and French, or whatever it may be, you just show both times at the same, and people will adjust. So those who were comfortable using an imperial time or your traditional calendar could still use their systems, but eventually the corporatocracy is going to want everything very efficient, and that means they're going to want metric system globally. They are going to want everything on these unified systems. So another thing that they're going to want, and this is a big one, is the driving. So we have a system currently where half the world drives on the left and half the world drives on the right. And over the course of this century, the question is going to arise: who wins out? Again, this is a big question that the world has. And people come to me with this question. They're like, hey, if your plan works out and you're like a really influential person on the internet, you're going to have the ability to help influence or shape people's opinion. What is your opinion versus driving on the right versus driving on the left? So traditionally, as I understand it, you would drive on the left in England, but that was inherited from the Romans. And that was essentially done because if you're riding on a horse and most people, like 90% of people, are right-handed, you need to grab your sword, and that allows you to be able to strike the person from the right, from the furthest distance. So that's how people thank you. Excellent. So that's how it traditionally was started. Now, there's this anti-British sentiment that took place in the United States where, and if you don't know, it's a fascinating part of American culture where Americans did everything they could to separate themselves from the British, including changing the language. That's why, like a word such as color in English is in American English is COLOR, but in British English is COLOUR. Many things are changed just to avoid some of the same attributes of the British. One of the things traditionally is that's exactly right. That's exactly right. What up, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler? You look comfortable. You look tight as fuck. We're just talking about some major changes that perhaps may have to take place over the course of the next century in order to have world peace. One of them would be getting everyone onto the metric system, or at least a common system, and I've just described kind of how we would do that. Another one is to get people on a common time system. That would be one. Another one is to here's one though. The time, I really mean this. I believe that the time zone system will be dropped over the course of the next century. And if you're like, what do you mean? So from what I've studied of like other civilizations on other planets, now that's like kind of goo-goo talk, because it's like, who are my sources? Basically, it's a lot of science fiction, but like a lot of it has to do with like people who are abducted and what they say other civilizations apparently do. Now, I'm not saying that these people aren't batshit crazy. I'm just saying they come up with some really good ideas, and it's like, oh, that totally makes sense. If this person really was abducted and they were with aliens on another planet and they got to observe this planet's like culture and got to understand their measurement system, or got to understand their time system, they might be able to provide us some insights. And so that's where I base this. So some of the insights that they have are these unified systems. And then the idea would be, particularly when we have the driving on the left or driving on the right, who wins? So who's going to win that one? Driving on the right will win out, I think. And here's why. Because there are more miles of road in the world that have people drive on the right than on the left. And so all of the businesses are already set up this way. Now, there is a way to have everyone who drives on the left transition to driving on the right. This has been done in several countries before. Sweden is one of them. I believe the Netherlands is another. So basically what you have to do is you have to train your population to learn how to drive on the other side of the road. And then you have to give them a day, the big day that you change. And so it's like, on this given day at 6 o'clock in the morning, all the traffic that's working on one side of the road in the country starts moving to the other side. And then everybody has to maintain that. It can't be like, well, I wanted to just do driving on the right one more day or driving on the left one more day. No. Once everybody makes this change, literally everyone in the country has to make the change. But there is evidence. I mean, we do have people who have done this before successfully. And so we have to do this globally. The two big countries that really need to take it on are the British and the Indians. If they were able to take it on, and they will, then basically it'll be much easier to push the rest of the world. So the thing that I think will really push this and will become much more of a discussion is when we complete, we have to start it first, but the discussion, and we would have on this stream, and we have a lot. I'm telling you, I've had this discussion 30 times over the course of the last 2.5 years, is a Bering Strait tunnel. If you know what the Bering Strait is, it is the area of the world between Asia and North America, between Russia and Alaska. It's 26 miles wide, and it's not that deep, so it's relatively shallow. People don't realize, though, it's one of the most dangerous areas of the world, and also it's very cold and very treacherous. So the idea is that building a bridge isn't necessarily, I'm not saying it's not feasible, but it's not going to make that usable. If it's an uncovered bridge, it's not going to be usable 12 months out of the year. So the idea is to either build a tunnel underneath the Bering Strait or have a covered bridge. Either way, either one works. What we need, though, is to bridge that gap between the Bering Strait, and then one other area that we have to bridge is known as the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap.
I think that there are already underground.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. We'll talk about those. Those are the deep underground military base maglev train systems, the tunnel systems. Totally. Absolutely. I'm talking about what we're currently able to use on the surface. Publicly disclosed.
No, we're never going to be allowed to have something like that.
Well, here's the thing. We already were able to accomplish this 100 years ago between France and England with the channel. And the same discussion eventually will perhaps take place with the discussion of linking it's 26 miles. It's not very long between Russia and the United States. It's already the discussion's already been had many times. There have been projects on it. There have been proposals to do it. Eventually, it will be cost effective to do with nuclear borers. You may have the boring company that does it. Somebody's going to do it. So once that bridge is gapped, once that gap is bridged, pardon me, that's a huge advancement in society. The other huge advancement in society will be when the Darien Gap is bridged. If you don't know where the Darien Gap is, it is this little strip. It's about 70 miles of very dense jungle in Panama and Colombia. So basically, you can take what's called it's called the Pan American, the Trans American Highway System. You can take it from basically the tip of Argentina all the way to Colombia. It's a road system. However, once you get to northern Colombia, it breaks down because of the Darien Gap. We basically have to pave 70 miles of jungle between Colombia and Panama. Once we do that, you'll be able to drive from the very tip, the southern tip of South America, all the way to the very northern tip of Alaska through that. So there are two parts that really are that would change the world, and those would be a Bering Sea tunnel, and the other would be to complete the Darien Gap. Now, why hasn't the Darien Gap been completed? It's controlled by cartels, and it's in their best interest to be able to control that area of the world because it's a choke point. So basically, there's no way to be able to go from Colombia to Panama without taking a boat. It's really, unless you're going to go through like 70 miles of really dense jungle. I've read that a car cannot make it, not even like a four-wheeler. The only kind of motorized vehicle that can do it is like an off-road bicycle. Off-road motorcycles can do it. So long story short, if we're able to bridge the gap in Central America and between Asia and North America, it's an absolute game changer. And then that means you'll be able to drive a car from essentially Argentina to England because you'd be able to drive basically the tunnel. That's a wild, wild thought. You'd be able to drive from England to New York City. You'd be able to drive from Brazil to Cape Town, South Africa. Literally, that changes the way people think of, travel. Like, wow, I'd be able to drive to China someday. Maybe I want a different kind of vehicle that does really long distances if I want to do that someday, or whatever you may. But
Airplanes have like some turbo trains, right? Some like bullets that get you from point A to B on these. It's not going to be something that people can just drive on because when they have to think about what happens when the humans had to act like barbarians.
right. So what I've seen with the Boring Company is you put your car on a sled, and the sled is the thing that shoots your car through the tunnel so that you don't damage it.
They have reverse magnetism. There's things out there that work with vibration.
Well, it's a really sad fact of society. Japan just celebrated its 60th anniversary of the bullet train. We don't have one in the United States. Japan just celebrated its 60th anniversary of the maglev bullet train. 60 years they've had these things.
We have here in Florida, there is a train that, it's not as fast as that one, but it's what's it called, the Bright Line. It's like you can pay to ride it, and it's fast.
I'm saying a bullet train. A bullet train basically.
It's a bullet train, that motherfucker.
Right, and that's what I'm looking for. Basically, when you can travel cross country in hours, that's what I want. And it's definitely possible. We definitely have it on the underground, and the fact that we aren't utilizing this technology currently is really sad.
Yeah, that's what that's going to be the best scenario. So underground, you don't have to worry about traffic light, and it's gonna have
Wildlife them paramount.
it's just a matter of traveling. Yeah, well, you can almost get there with the Vision Pro. You know, like, I mean, you just wore that, you could pretty much have whatever around you. You probably could have stuff like, you would have an avatar, you call that person, your avatar appears next to him.
The science behind it is kind of amazing. Because the Earth spins about 1,000 miles per hour on its axis. So essentially, if we hover ourselves below somehow, we can let the Earth do most of the work for us and be in a different spot when we touch back down to the ground.
So what you're saying, I think is related to some other types of technology, like a space elevator. Do you know what a space elevator is?
No.
So basically, yeah, I mean it is. So basically, if you put a weight into orbit far enough, Earth's orbit will keep that object in orbit long enough, like indefinitely, basically. You may have to make slight adjustments to it, like raise it a little bit. But basically, the idea of a space elevator is you have the Earth and you have a cable that goes into space that's connected to an object. And what you're able to do is use that space elevator as a payload to be able to take things into space without the use of rockets. So technically, it's called it's also known as a space bridge, a star ladder, and orbital lift. It's a proposed type of planet-to-space transportation system. The main component would be a cable, also called a tether, anchored to the surface and extending into space. An Earth-based space elevator cannot be constructed with a tall tower supported from below due to its immense weight. Instead, it would consist of a cable with one end attached to the surface near the equator and the other end attached to a counterweight in space beyond geostationary orbit, which is 35,786 kilometers altitude. The competing forces of gravity, which is stronger at the lower end, and the upper centrifugal force, which is stronger at the upper end, would result in the cable being held up under tension and stationary over a single position on Earth. With the tether deployed, crawlers, would repeatedly climb up and down the tether by mechanical means, releasing their cargo to and from orbit. The design would permit vehicles to travel directly between a planetary surface such as Earth's and orbit without the use of rockets. So what you're saying is somewhat similar. I really like the idea that you had, JH, where basically let the Earth do all the work for you instead of you having to travel. Exactly. All you have to do is get out of Earth's geostationary orbit and then let the Earth spin and then drop down wherever you need to drop. I like it.
I mean, I'm talking about more like astral projection or stuff, like where you're not bound to the gravity of the Earth, but you're not exceeding neither.
Okay, well,
So it's kind of like a space ladder.
hold on. At least I'm confusing things. So when we talk astral projection, that's a little different. Are you talking in your scenario? Are you using someone's real physical?
Astral projection is like hovering above, like animated suspension almost.
Okay. So are you still in your body, or is this in your mind only?
Oh, you still be in your body, but you'd be essentially kind of like in a bubble hovering not on Earth, but not above Earth either. So you're kind of like letting the Earth move 1,000 miles an hour while you're staying still, and the Earth itself is moving. So you transport yourself to a different place 1,000 miles per hour.
I gotcha. I've seen people.
Well,
It's
it doesn't really work because you're in the station.
okay. I've seen something like this. There's this kind of
Everything else would appear like you would be moving, but you would be getting still.
right.
You had no effects of moving 1,000 miles per hour.
I've seen people who have done similar things. Now, this isn't exactly the same, but when there's when there's an eclipse on Earth, sometimes people will take planes, and as the Earth is rotating, they will, whatever the speed you have to do to counteract that, so that they basically stay in the same spot on Earth, so that they can see the eclipse in a certain way. Basically, what you're saying is, if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, or whatever, if you go in a plane that goes counter to that 1,000 miles an hour, at least with its velocity, when after an hour, you should land in the same spot. Is that correct? Yeah, I agree.
I do not, but
To each their own. Why don't you agree? Is it just like a flat Earth issue, or?
no, I just, when you look in the sky, it doesn't make sense when they I honestly believe that the Earth is flat. And feelings.
Doug, I'm going to tell you this. Your kind is growing and will eventually become the majority. And they will have to kill my kind with my cold, dead hands because, I mean, that's just not something on which I can get on board. But it's growing purposefully. It's known as misinformation. If you look at William J. Colby, former CIA director, he said that we will know that our disinformation campaign is complete when absolutely every fact that the American public knows is false.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Hell yeah, baby. I agree. And that motherfucker was found dead in a canoe on the Potomac. It's weird. Okay. I don't think anybody will know an answer to this, but I'm going to try because you guys are a smart group of people. Okay. So as you know, I stream on like everything, and I stream more than basically anyone on earth. And I'm looking to stream on more platforms simultaneously. In order to do so, you need something called an RTMP key. And if you don't know what RTMP stands for, it's a real-time messaging protocol. Basically, there's a little key in like YouTube, and there's a little key in Twitch, and there's a little key in Twitter. And if you put this key into a type of software, it can stream out. Okay, with that being said, I think I have them all covered, but I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something. These are the streams that I use, or I've recently used. Rumble, Locals. If you're like, what in the fuck is Locals? It's just like something that I learned about recently. It's basically like, I don't know, like that Nextdoor app, but you can stream to it kind of. There are some big people on it though. I was surprised to see like some big TikTokers on it. Okay, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. However, Facebook, my account, it has to be like 30 days old or something. So while my account is hooked up, it can't stream to it, but that's fine. Okay, X, also known as Twitter. And X is also Periscope. So if you're like, oh, Rabbi, what about Periscope? Periscope is purchased by Twitter. Okay, then there's DLive, there's Instagram, YouNow, there's Senko. Senko's a different one, and I'm not done finishing with my account on that one yet. There's Trovo, there's Kick. Arena.tv. Okay. Does anyone know of any other streaming platforms that I haven't mentioned? If you're thinking like, what about Snapchat? It doesn't have the kind of capability that I need. If you're like TikTok, what about what? Okay. Big Bigo or Bigo. Bigo is an option, but you have to use their streaming software. But that's definitely an option, and I've used it before, and I intend to use it again because it's pretty good. And then what was the other one that you said? Live View. Live View.
Yeah, correct. Not just you.
And it's like a streaming platform.
Correct. It's like Bigo.
Okay. Is it an app?
Live view. There's like a dichotomy of different camps.
Oh, hold on. You mean ULive?
Yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm so glad that you said that. I normally stream to ULive, YouNow, but on this account I didn't. Oh yeah, I do. Instagram. I have it on here. So DLive, Instagram, YouNow. Is that what you were saying, or you were saying like Live View?
I was saying live view. I believe it might be live.
Okay, you got ULive. Let me look at that one. Oh, okay. Yeah, ULive might be one. Cool. That's why I'm asking this question, because I've asked ChatGPT all of them, and every time it kind of gives me different answers, and I've hit all the big ones. So that's good. Thank you. Excellent. Does anyone else know of any of them? There were a couple more, but they've since closed down. Well, at least one of them has. There's Omelet. Omelet used to be, I would tell you, Omelet was there's Omelet, and then there's another one called Loom. I wonder if Loom's still going. I think it is. What'd you say?
Do you remember Camp Frog?
Camp Frog? No, tell me about that one.
It's also a cancer everything. It used to be cool like 10, 15 years ago. And I even talked to Yoko Ono on here. Right? Yeah, she got it for her.
Who did you see?
I think I camped Yoko Ono a couple times. He's on there quite often. Might even still be on there, probably not.
Wait, Yoko Ono, John Lennon's widow?
Right. Yes.
No way.
Yeah, she's a really sweet woman, very friendly.
Dude, she's totally cool. And she...
Really.
Dude, that's baller. Oh, dude, I'm so glad you mentioned this. Wow.
It's a memorable experience. You definitely sweet tempered.
Okay, so it's just like Omegle?
It's different, I suppose. You have to check it out to understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I definitely will. Oh, yeah, it is different. Very cool. Oh, I'm glad I asked this. Let's see. JH, you know what Omegle is?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so it was this Omegle. Yeah, I never heard anybody ever say it. So in my head, I just learned about it for 10 years as Omegle, but apparently it's Omegle. Anyway,
Years ago.
yeah. So basically, it's random. What do you call it? Random messaging with random video messaging with strangers.
Yeah, roulette. Same thing, right?
Exactly. Is chat roulette still a thing?
I mean, it was back in the day when I was like in my 20s.
Right.
There's a new one. Banana chatter or something. I see this guy on YouTube Shorts, and he does this bit where he like takes off his banana, and it's like not very attractive, but he plays it up with like long hair and comb back, with his eye crossed, raises up chick. Pretty funny. There's something, right?
Well, that's what we've been doing. Has anybody seen what we've been doing the last 2 nights on this app called?
No.
Oh, okay, just one moment. That's what we've been doing. There's this app called Azar, Azar. Has anyone seen me what I do on it? Okay, if you haven't, just one moment. We'll get it going. You're like, what's taking you so long? I am setting up this stream, and so once I set it up, what we're going to do is go on Azar. So if you weren't aware, what we do is I meet random people on here, and then I talk them into coming to the Telegram and joining, and then being where you guys are. So we made a friend 2 nights ago. His name is Ali, and he's a really nice guy. He's from Canada. He's a business owner, and we just randomly met him on this app. And I was like, well, here, I even have a piece of paper. Oh, this is what I made for JH. But basically, I just am like, hey, guys, click on this. And then they do. And sometimes they're like weirded out by it and they leave. But sometimes they stay. And when they stay, then they get into the chat. So I think it's really funny because I literally strike out. I shouldn't say that. Like, I don't strike out that much, actually, in comparison. It's like, I'm not on here to pick up chicks. I'm here to make friends. And, it's different. Like, I'm not, like, if I'm here to pick up chicks, I'm going to wear nicer clothes and not do it the way I'm currently doing it. I don't really care. So what we're going to do, once I set this up, and it's stalling now, it's maybe, we're within 5 minutes of playing this game, and it's a lot of fun. We've gotten a lot of good feedback on it. And just because it's exciting. And then we get people who join us. So just one moment, and I'm going to get this stream going, and then we're going to get in it. All right. We could do that too. I want to show you guys Azar. I want to show you guys Azar so that you're aware that this game is something else we can do. But before I do so, I need to pull up this. I need to generate a stream key on this new app. If you haven't heard of this app, it's called Arena TV. So right now I'm streaming from, I believe, 12 different platforms, which has to be some kind of record. I shouldn't say it has to be some kind of record, but that's a lot of streams at once. I don't know if it's a record, but it's a lot. And what might be a record though is it's on 100 or it's on 52 different accounts or more. So that's a ton of accounts. So every device that I have has 5 different, or I have 5 different devices that are primary device. I have more than that. I have 33 different devices, but the big ones are the Chromebooks that I use, and I have 5 different. Let's see here. How do I want to say this? I have each of the 5 Chromebooks is connected to 12 different platforms. So that means, like, at any given time, I'm streaming on 60 different accounts at once, which is just a boatload. Absolutely. I want omnipresence. So with that being said, if you're like, all right, what are we waiting? Oh, I'm getting an error. Oh, no, we're good. All right. So I just have to create this from a template. If you've never seen this done, this is a cool thing, especially like Bitcoin Kyle Chandler and I were talking. Let's see, can you see the screen? Yeah, we were talking the other day about streaming, and normally for me to do a stream on 11 different platforms would take me like hours just to log in. But with this it's called the Rumble Studio, you can log into all of these simultaneously on a device. So I'm streaming on Kick, Trovo, Senko, YouNow, Instagram, DLive, Arena, X. I have Facebook connected, Twitch, YouTube, Locals, and Rumble. That's like a boatload of different things. Then we're gonna come over here. We're gonna start the stream, and then we're gonna go on and go on this Umago thing. So we are less than 1 minute away from Umago, and I think this is a lot of fun when we do this. If you don't think it's a lot of fun, well, I don't think you've seen it because it's like the most fun thing that I do. Unless you like just watching me sleep, which is, I understand, quite boring. All right, I'm pulling up the all right. We have JH here, Tempora, Real Schiller X, Passport, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. Where did GB go? We got to get GB in here. Don't worry, I'll get him. Come to the VC.
Wondering how this is going to turn out.
Oh, the goal is to get at least one person into our VC per night. Just a random stranger. It's really difficult to get a random stranger into a Telegram, but not that bad actually. I mean, like, you either get it or you don't. Come to the VC, please. Okay. We got Bitcoin College Channel going. Oh, GB's in here. Okay, ready, guys? Here we go. All right. Got my phone. Now, if you haven't seen me do this before, and I don't think anybody has, my big thing is we say to people, do you know what YouTube is? And they're like basically a lot of people think that's a stupid question to ask people. They're like, oh, dude, everybody knows what YouTube is. A lot of these people are international and they don't know what YouTube is, or they don't know exactly what I'm saying. So they have to hear me say it a few times. So if you're like, dude, you're asking the dumbest question ever. Everyone knows what YouTube is. They don't. And sometimes you have to explain it. Not everybody is like, it's a whole group of different people. So if you have ideas of what I can do, I'll certainly try them. Exactly. But a lot of times people are like, oh my God, that's the dumbest question. Can't you ask them anything else? And I'm like, that's what I do. So here's what I do. I said, do you know what YouTube is? And they say, yeah. I say, great. Did you know that I have more data on YouTube than any person in global history? And they're like, no, I didn't know that. Then I say to them, do you want to see yourself live on YouTube? And at that point, 50% of the people say no, and then they just leave. And the other 50% get really excited for it. They're like, yeah, you can show me on YouTube right now. And I'm like, yeah, you're live on 5 different streams on YouTube. And then I literally, they don't have to do anything on their phone. I show them live. Here's what I do. I show them themselves on YouTube, on camera, on a tablet. So basically they're able, it's pretty amazing. They are watching themselves live on YouTube as I'm holding them. It's wild. Some people are like, oh my God, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. It depends on the person. A lot of people get scared by it and they're like, oh, I don't want to be on YouTube. And I totally get that too. So here we go. Let's try. And this app, I think, works really well. I'm sure there are better apps out there. This is just what I found. This person is AZN. What up? How are you from Canada? How are you? Don't worry. Usually it's video. This is Hachem. Hey, Hachem, how are you? What up, baby? How you living? What's new? Hachem, how are you? Are you there? Can you hear me? Go ahead, baby. We're going to add you as a friend. Are you there? We're going to move on. So you can just move on if they're not there or whatever. This is Diamande. They're from... What up, Diamande? How are you? Hello. They just move on. See, I get ghosted. What up, baby? How are you, Los? Hey, do you know what you... See, I get it. It's fun. Hey, what's going on? How are you, Truthful Lock? Hey, do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Oh, okay. You know you're live on 5 different YouTubes? Yeah, you want to see yourself live on YouTube? Oh, hundreds. Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube? Okay, one moment. Okay, Firstly, we have a community here. I'll do everything for you. You just have to watch on here. I have a. Don't worry, you're good. Hey, you have a whole community watching you here. Everybody, say hi to Truthful Rock.
We're saying hi to like 1 million people.
Everybody, say hi.
What's up, barbers? You guys want a haircut? Come on.
Excellent. We say hello. Jay.
I gotta go.
Okay, just 1 moment. Take care, my man. He had to go. That's okay, dude. You gotta speak up when I ask if possible. Brady. Okay, next person. What up, Anna? How are you, Anna? What up, girl? Next. This is Manuel. What up, Manuel? How are you? Hi. It's okay. Frank Castle's next. What up, Frank Castle? How are you? Dog. Do you know what YouTube is? Sleeping Morning Glory. What up, Sleeping Morning Glory? How are you? Dog. Do you know what YouTube is? Oh, this guy's just holding his dick. I didn't realize it. Hey, what's going on, Mohammed? How you doing? What's going on, Marat? Hey, how are you? What up, Naik? How are you? Do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Dog, I can't talk any louder than that. What up? How are you, Haseen? What up, Haiti? How are you? Yo, you know what YouTube is? What up, Chad? You know what YouTube is? Yo, dog, I'm just looking at your kitchen. My man here just got his kitchen set up. All right, next. What up, Neil? Oh, whoa, what is this? Minicam. That was baller. Truthful Rock. What up, Truthful Rock? How are you? Yo, do you know what YouTube is? You know what YouTube is? It's a video site. You're live on YouTube. 5 different YouTubes now. Say hi to everyone.
What's up?
Say hi back.
What you do? What's your content?
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for almost 3 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. My life is like a time capsule for the world, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I want people to study me from a biological standpoint. It's like a real life Truman Show. That's how you do it. Till they fucking don't care anymore. What up, Alex? Alex, how are you, baby? Gregory's next. We got Gregory here. How are you, Gregory? Gregory. Busy Dolphin's next. What up, Busy Dolphin? How are you? Yo, dog. Hey, do you know what YouTube is? Yo, dog. Do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Yo, dog. We got to go to the next person. Next. All right. Start video chat. Here we go. Royeen. What up, Royeen? How are you, baby? Royeen.
All right, how's it look?
Okay, I'm going to give you my honest opinion.
Do I look like a square?
You? Do you look like a square? You look like a Sproto, but a square Sproto. Like everything is square on the Sproto. It would be like if we ran your Sproto through some kind of AI that made everything like pixelated. It's cool. That's tight. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, it doesn't look curved at all. Everything looks square. It's tight. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. So, do you guys know what TikTok is? All right. Well, there's a way to stream on TikTok. Yeah, that. There's a way to stream on TikTok, and I'm gonna try to do it right now. If you're like, how do you do it? Well, okay, I can live stream on TikTok. You just have to have like 1,000 followers. But to stream from a computer on TikTok is a totally different deal. And I'm going to try to do it. If you're like, how do you do it? I have an account that has like, I don't know, 4,000 followers or something. And I don't have any, you can't have any suspensions in the last 30 days. You can't have any like strikes in the last 30 days. You have to have streamed in the last 25. You have to at least stream 25 minutes and like the last 30, all these, like you had to do all these things, but I think my account matches them all. So we're going to try to get that set up. I have a question. Absolutely. How in the fuck is Bitcoin, how is Real Schiller doing? Real Schiller, how you living? I want to hear Real Schiller living like a peasant. All right.
Why was he petting his face?
What'd you say?
Why was Kyle petting his face? I do that.
He does it. He's an artist.
I'm an artist.
We actually have multiple people who will come in here
Just
and
wondering what you're doing, that's all.
yeah, no, it's cool. There are people in here who will randomly come in and paint their face. Literally, that's what they do. And it's like their version of art. I mean, I don't want to say it's their version of art. It's my version of art too. It's beautiful. But I mean, we have multiple people. Their artistry is just face painting. And like, that's not something that you find in, I would say, and it's not just Bitcoin Chandler. Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. It's Vamp.
Rabbi, I can hardly hear you now.
What I'm trying to say is that we have a lot of people in the community who paint their faces.
Damn, I can't hear you.
There are a lot of people in the community who paint their faces. It's like I don't know what it is. It's like a trait of this community.
I don't know if he's good like a sports fanatic or something like that. He's ready for a game.
Right.
Fasting from alcohol. year maybe. I'm not.
I prefer Cavassier. I like Goss as well. Brandy, Goss.
One time, during an old friend of mine's birthday, I had a place called Walden. Pretty famous in your sport. I understand you don't know it. But I never drank scotch. This motherfucker was drinking it like it was actually just drinking it good. And I instantly fucking threw it. And you're
Really important spot.
well, so he was
That's not cool.
big fella. And practice, he thought he was going to get MMA. Big.
So some other hands taking drugs now will fuck your body up.
He got shot.
So
Yeah.
I'll do too. Wow.
He's no drugs. He has no fight, nobody time.
So I started to kind of enhance yourself as opposed to trying to get that from the outside, externally. If you want some energy, you know, you need something that's got a lot of energy. Fruit, vegetables, egg, or something.
That honestly, where the energy is at, bro, you're right about that. My lunch mainly consists of apple, orange, and banana every single day. For, at least every day I work. So bananas actually help out a lot.
You guys,
Looking out in the sun trying to cooking from the inside and out.
yeah, I just been doing that recently in my garden. I've been doing banana peels in water and spraying my plants down with them. And they definitely blossom a lot more than they would have without that. With just normal water. Potassium and take care, man. Good talking. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about it. I'm starting my own little garden.
It's a good thought. It's very good for sustainability.
Yeah, a little tomato garden, a little vegetable garden. My parents, my family's kind of allergic to spices, so I'm throwing my jalapenos next to them. Not too close, though, obviously, so you don't get near wine. So cross-contaminated. Nothing like a spiced tomato, right?
I know the temperature.
parents aren't exactly physiologically able to build the garden themselves, so I try to took the opportunity to use it on my own for them on their behalf.
Potatoes are pretty easy.
Well, yeah, you put them in the ground, cut them up.
Yeah, it is. You gotta let you where I live. They everything, but potatoes, if they try it, they will.
That's what you like dogs are for.
Yeah.
You can pull all that great garden out of the garden. Where's everyone from?
I'm up in like just a big northwest.
I mean, in particular, where are you guys from? Like, where do you call home? Like, what town, what state, what country?
Sean from Canada. Yeah, there's a couple of us. Yeah, but maybe, yeah. That's how I'm up mine.
I had a buddy out in Washington. They had lived on an island. You know, it was not that raw. They had their own island.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, but it doesn't need any weather, like fast.
had never seen that shit in Chicago in my life. So I moved down south.
Down there.
I've been to San Diego and LA once, but I haven't been back there since like 20 years ago.
Okay. I was there like 10 years ago.
Especially all the homeless people in Canada.
Yeah. Highly populated state, maybe.
Even more so now with the immigrants. It's not just Mexicans and Guatemalans and shit looking for a better life, trying to escape, the cartels and all that bullshit, like foreign people, like the military, like Chinese, Vietnamese, and even Russians, probably. I mean, every kind of people there are trying to flee whatever the hell they're trying to flee from. The thing is, they're not really coming in for asylum, more or less, than they are trying to live from fucking first world fucking countries' lives, which you see asylum from, for problem.
I don't know, but it's definitely never seen anything like it in my lifetime or our life. Just more than ever. Don't know what the consequences would be, but it's suspicious.
Like, the sort of internal attack thing.
Yeah. From what end, we don't really know yet, but now,
Drones, well, the next coming war is more or less going to be highly influenced by drone technology and robots. I had kind of fall back to that kind of reference to George Lucas because of that kind of inspiration. As opposed to just the title being blown in the room.
yeah, but they're like, yeah, little pumps.
Why would China have to waste like a million-man army to march over on foot and kind of drag them over here with ship and shit like that? They could just launch a million drones in the sky from a already operating base island in the Pacific somewhere.
No, and they're training in Canada, like here. Like, our government let them train their military here. Train just like, not military, police, I shouldn't say, but they have like completely like ordered off places. You hear Dr. Phil on the, you hear Dr. Phil on the rodeo? That was pretty interesting.
No, what was that about?
They talked about it quite a bit, and then borders in China, and like how they own like a bunch of farmland, and a lot of property right beside military bases.
Oh yeah. Did they Chinese recently? I think they had like a biological military lab or something like that next to some cornfields or something. That was great.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy too.
Yeah, they just got caught like yesterday. The report on there was like a viral study lab in Canada here, and they found out there was like a bunch of people that were fired from Corona that were like nationals working on behalf of China. Like suspicious thing, but then it wasn't even able to be acknowledged during the time, of course.
Because who they're paying off so much is the problem. That's obviously where the problem is. Because for people who are in charge of not looking the other way are obviously doing it.
Yeah, where we know it's
all comes down to greed. You know what I mean? If China's not case and when the kind of break their own laws, let them have their way, they're gonna probably do it because it's stuff for their own family. Like looking at national budget. Traders everywhere.
Yeah. Well, figured.
Put oils in the dollar, not saying principle. Because obviously, well, the dollar don't have a principle.
Yeah, that's all those people end up. I think they did I like what. And once you start going down that pattern, it ends up on Boomer Bitcoin or Ethereum or gold. So,
How much is Bitcoin?
Boomer Bitcoin?
How much is Bitcoin selling for?
Like the OG, the Boomer one. I think it's like 68,000. Yeah, 68, almost 69,000.
Wow, 68,000.
Yeah, our Bitcoin, the one here, is 15 cents. Oh yeah, we got a long way to go to 68,000.
Yeah, that's a long way. That's a pretty big spike.
Pretty early.
So rabbis in California.
Word knifing bird.
Let's go back there because I pretty much fell in love with the ocean. Like you look upon the ocean, it's all green, yellow, and you get it, look.
Pretty nice. Smells nice. The weather's cool. And the water is minus.
It's like 70 degrees year round in SoCal.
Yeah, North Carolina's cool. On the East Coast.
I'm back to Kentucky. The dividing line is the Mississippi River.
Yeah, I guess kind of central east.
Oh wow, I can't believe it's 5 o'clock here. I gotta get dinner up. Making myself some fried chicken.
Hell yeah, my man. Well, come back when you can, and I should have TikTok going by then.
Alright, man. I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
Excellent. We'll see you soon.
Ciao.
Ciao, baby.
Hey, what's up, Rabbi?
What's going on, Bitcoin? Baby, every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How about you?
You know, chat. I sent something in the chat.
Did I see?
Can you see if I sent something right now? Would you be able to like see it?
Yeah, just a moment. I think so.
I still haven't sent it, so no rush.
All right, send it.
All right, one sec. You know those like those people that live in their cars and shit, like homeless people?
Yep.
So like there was somebody like sleeping in the front of the car like getting out. I got exposed.
No way.
But yeah, you see the photo I just sent?
Let me see. I want to make sure that when the show shows a moment. Okay, I see. Is this your trunk? Bitcoin MLK. Hello?
drivers in.
It's a crash on the 101 heading south down at Reseda Boulevard. That's where this track has been cleared to the right shoulder, but delays are loading up all the way out of Calabasas from Las Virgenes. Costa Mesa, Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
But it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Prairie Flex Annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even when your account balance is sold. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. You'll say what it means, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Prairie Flex Annuity. And it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where we feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all can use for. At retirement income that cannot live is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Cambridge.com. Please visit Cambridge.com/Prairie Flex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients. Ooh, pass me the in-account thing.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the Bargain liquid detergent. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kid.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank50 terms. Capital One and Name FDIC.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut, that's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com. When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheets. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh, God. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Simply starting is what matters most. That's why with Peloton bikes, you get thousands of classes, so you can buy the one that will get you going.
My name is Gary Steel. Welcome to your low impact rise.
With instructors that take the guesswork out of working out.
I'm here for you every step of the way.
And Peloton Entertainment, so you can watch your favorite shows and live sports as you ride. Get started with a Peloton bike or bike plus rental at onepeloton.com/bike/rentals. Terms apply.
iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, artist radio playlists, and more? Yep, free to download and free to use. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can search and play any song, enjoy unlimited skips, download all your music to your phone to listen offline with no connection, unlimited playlist creation, and so much more. You can try it out free for 30 days and see what the iHeartRadio All Access experience is like. Why not? Open the iHeartRadio app and Settings tab to start your free 30-day trial. Everything you love about free iHeartRadio plus so much more with iHeartRadio All Access. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful life. Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 620 Conway Show. We have another emergency landing at LAX. Yet another emergency landing at LAX. This is flight 821. It left San Francisco at it was scheduled for 1:10 Pacific time. It was going to go from San Francisco, United 821, from San Francisco to Mexico City. It leaves, scheduled leave at 1:10 p.m. today. Leaves early, leaves 8 minutes early at 1:02. It's scheduled to land, I don't know, I think at 5. Let's see here. It's scheduled at 7 o'clock, 7:30. And 5. I'm sorry, 5. Okay, so they leave San Francisco. They get all the way down to, is it Mazatlan? They get all the way down. That's more than halfway to Mexico City. And they lose hydrogen. That is a big effing deal. They lost hydrogen. So they leave, again, we're looking at this flight tracker right now. Flight 821, leave San Francisco. And it is 62 degrees in San Francisco. No problems there, no fog, no rain, nothing. It leaves San Francisco. It flies almost directly over LAX on its way to Mexico City. It gets about 450 miles south of LAX and then does a U-turn. Does a huge, actually a pretty sharp U-turn, and flies all the way back to LAX, which had to be another hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. And I'm surprised they didn't land in San Diego. Maybe San Diego doesn't have a long enough runway to handle that. But I'm sure there are military airports in that area that can handle that. And they had to land, they had to imagine, maybe they had to dump fuel. I don't know if they burned off enough, because that flight was more than halfway to Mexico City when it turned around and ended up at LAX. Channel 4 covered it, now Channel 7 is on it as well. A lot of things going on with aircraft recently. Last couple of weeks here in the United States, we have a lot of stories going on. And if people are already paranoid to fly, this is not going to help you out.
To that breaking news at LAX, that is United Flight A21. That's an Airbus A320 that made an emergency landing just a few minutes ago. Here, it first left San Francisco, headed to Mexico City, but made this emergency landing after reports of hydraulic failure. It landed safely, but now it looks like they are going to tow the plane off the runway. It is still fully loaded with 111 passengers and crew members. And keep in mind, this is the 4th incident involving United this week alone. There's an engine fire in Houston. There's also a plane landing gear that's sold into the grass in Houston. We reported on that one today, and just yesterday, it was a tire that fell off the United flight that left San Francisco, headed to Japan. They're making the emergency landing right here at LAX. Well, is really it.
Nobody
In a statement, United telling ABC News bubble wrap was sucked into the engine.
This is the fire that happened. So we have two of these stories right here. A tire fell off, United Airlines, and then bubble wrap was sucked into an engine, and the engine caught fire. And then in another story, a plane, rolled off the runway and got stuck in the mud. So I don't know what's going on, but something is going on with the airline industry that I don't understand. I don't get it. But here's another one here, Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is also in the news, but not for any craziness. They haven't lost a tire, they're blown off the door. Their new cabin look is the center of this controversy.
Southwest is onboarding a brand new look. The budget airline unveiling its newly redesigned cabin, featuring a sleek interior, complete with power outlets and electronic device trays. But it didn't quite take off with some travelers on social media.
It should be the
Many quick to clap back in more than 18,000 TikTok comments. One describing the cushions as Ozempic seats. Another saying, why not just put wooden benches in?
Oh, they don't like it, okay.
They'd be just as comfy.
Upon first impression, I sort of felt like they were a trim or slimmed down version of what we currently know when we fly Southwest.
Other comments questioning whether there are more rows and less leg room. This morning, Southwest revealing to ABC News new 3D photos of the actual Recaro designed seats, showing a bit.
That sounds actually fancy.
Actual Recaro designed seats.
Recaro designed seats. Sounds very European. Yeah, it sounds like something you'd see in a sports car with a Maserati.
Recaro designed seats.
Oh, those are my Recaro designed seats. I hope you enjoy them. Corinthian leather. Corinthian leather never existed. They made that up. Chrysler made that up. Isn't that great? It's like, let's have that. Let's. Why pay all the money to secure the licensing to repeat somebody else's leather? Let's just make it up. Corinthian leather. Yeah, Corinthian leather. Totally made up.
Recaro designed seats, showing a bit more padding, saying the original images were 2D renderings to show the cosmetic look of the seats. Were not scalable for illustrating seat comfort, but rest assured, we are our customers' back, even when they give us flack. But look, Southwest isn't the only airline getting a facelift. British Air also upgrading seats in its Airbus narrow-body fleet in May. All of this comes just in time for the spring break travel blitz, and as the aviation industry looks to rebound from a series of challenges, including...
Yeah, it's been bad week for the airlines. All right, that is an hour. I hope you enjoyed it. We're live on KFI AM 640.
The news has been updated to refresh. KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Clean it up! And then figure out what happened. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Multiple agencies are investigating a 2.5-mile wide long oil spill off the coast of Huntington Beach. The Coast Guard says an oil response team has been hired to collect offshore oil and try to identify a source. The Coast Guard says also says the first reports of the spill came in last night. No wildlife has been observed at this time.
Environmentalists are already speaking out on Corbin Carson. Center for Biological Diversity's Brady Bradshaw says this could be the same tangle of pipelines and platforms that caused a 25,000-gallon oil spill off the coast of Huntington Beach in 2021.
It's grim to wake up to yet another ugly oil spill off California's beautiful coast. And we have to do a lot more than just try to mop up this miles-long mess.
He says it's time for state and federal regulators to take tough urgent actions to get the decrepit infrastructure out of the
What up, Pam? That looks good.
County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
I heard TCJ talking about another flights made an emergency landing and
I understand.
reports of a complete hydraulic failure. The Airbus A320 took off from San Francisco this afternoon. 111 people on board headed to Mexico City. Yesterday, a plane from San Francisco made an emergency landing because a tire fell off just after takeoff. The LA City Council has demanded answers from an agency serving homeless people.
City Council members say the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority isn't transparent. The council voted today to order an evaluation of the agency and a report on how its services can be improved. Councilman Bob Blumenfield says the action was necessary because the city can't get data from LASA.
And we all know that LASA can be opaque at times and frankly downright deceptive. in terms of how they secure funding from this city.
The council also ordered the city attorney to provide quarterly updates on homeless-related litigation. Michael Muggs, KFI News.
Officials say the father of the Oxford high school shooter has been making threatening statements by phone from jail. The judge has since restricted James Crumley's phone use while he stands trial for involuntary manslaughter charges.
Was only allowed to talk with his attorney. What we had heard from Jennifer Crumley's trial is she testified that the couple had not spoken to each other since they were arrested, and they've also been kept separate from their son.
ABC's Trevor Hall says so far Crumley's trial has been identical to his wife Jennifer Crumley's trial. The mother of the shooter was convicted of involuntary manslaughter charges last month in the deaths of the 4 students her son killed in 2021. The UN says more than 8,000 women have been reportedly killed by Israeli forces in Gaza since the start of the Israel-Hamas war.
Tens of thousands of pregnant women have little access to medical checks and regular meals. Some new moms struggling to feed their babies.
ABC's Jordana Miller says International Women's Day highlights the plight of women in Gaza, both Palestinian and Israeli. Miller says 19 female Israeli hostages held by Hamas are being subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual assault. And 10 to 20 football fans, fanaticals you can call it in this case, who got frostbite at the Chiefs game in Kansas City in January may need amputations. Brisbane Burn Center Medical Director Dr. Megan Garcia says 70% of people who got frostbite in that below 0 temperatures at Arrowhead Stadium game.
Any directions for paying down debt?
Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
That you could get out of high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds. No impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Bank Connect. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 6966891. Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender. The back filled by rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on backbones and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Somebody would just know the best rate for you is rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the driver who treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate. Now you have less for California, subject to terms and conditions, rates and determinants, other factors which vary by state. In some states, participation in driving is also teacher applicant for purposes of rating. While in some states, a rate could increase with average driving. Generally, safer drivers are safer drivers. Allstate American National Insurance Company.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Maybe you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple? Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco for Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. For your happy price, Priceline.
At Canyon Road, KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. The recent rains have really been a number in Southern California. Termites will start to swarm when it warms up. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. Mention KFI, get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that there are lots of things that can make your engine light come on, besides your engine. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's technicians are specially trained to diagnose what's causing your engine light to come on and fix it, no matter what it is. Keep your eyes on the road and your ears open for another episode of AMCO's Bet You Didn't Know.
AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Join us on Monday. Sunday, April 1st at 7:10 p.m. against the San Francisco Giants, where the first 40,000 fans in attendance will receive a Fernando Valenzuela jersey, courtesy of Bank of America. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
News Nation Monday. Cuomo and Carlson. Time to take the ride head on. Whether you like it or not, it's being or playing the game. Cuomo accepts Tucker Carlson's invitation to a one-of-a-kind conversation in his home, face-to-face. News Nation's Chris Cuomo and Tucker Carlson, Monday at 8 Eastern, only on News Nation. You can find News Nation on Spectrum 126, DirecTV 307, and Dish 207.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Scared the hell out of myself. I'm scared you. KFI AM 640 is Conway Show. We're trying to get some facts on a shooting. The LAPD has a red shot at some point. They're trying to figure out where, why, what's going on. It's just developing. And so the shot is closed at some point here. And we will get that as soon as we get the details. We will have it out for you. This computer a little closer here. It looks like it's Crenshaw. And Crenshaw goes in and out of LAPD's jurisdiction a couple of times. So it looks like my best guess is 67. And Crenshaw looks like a lot of action around it. And maybe Angel Martinez, she's good at this. She can nail exactly what's going on. But there's some kind of shooting.
What city? Do you know if you have the city?
Let's say, what city? I imagine it's LA. It's LAPD is on it. But it's somewhere on Crenshaw. It's just developing. It's just starting. And so we'll get you all the details. As soon as we have yelling. That'll be very funny man. The funniest guy in show business. And so we'll have on at 6 p.m. This is Oscars weekend. A lot of people have failed to remember that because of all the news we've had. With all the airplanes, the flight 821 from San Francisco to Mexico City, had to turn around, so lost hydraulics. That's a big deal. Hydraulics, you can't fly the plane without hydraulics. And then land at LAX. We had another plane that lost a tire. Another plane, luggage compartment was open. It slid into the mud. An engine caught on fire. And then we had the big week with politics. We had State of the Union last night with President Joe Biden. Then you had Super Tuesday, where Donald Trump swept all the states, enough where he failed. So it's a big political week, big aviation week. And what happened? We lost the fact that the Oscars are in town this weekend. And we changed our clocks this weekend. So a lot going on. You almost have to solely listen to KFI every day just to keep up on the news. So when you're at a party or at a social event or at work, you don't sound like an idiot. You have no idea what's going on. You have to listen to KFI. Let's talk about the Oscars. It's a big deal here in Los Angeles.
The Oscars lights are hung. The red carpet is rolled out and expected to blow up the winner's circle. The atomic bomb biopic Oppenheimer leading the pack with 13 nominations.
Wow, 13 nominations. That's wild for Oppenheimer.
The atomic bomb biopic Oppenheimer leading the pack with 13 nominations. Favored to take home Best Picture and Best Director for Christopher Nolan. But lead actor Cillian Murphy's Oscar dreams may be put on hold by the holdovers Paul Giamatti.
I think there's some sentiment that he's overdue, has never won before, and that he could win this performance.
Another close race, Best Actress. Frontrunner Lily Gladstone making history as the first Native American woman nominated in the category. Killers of the Flower Moon. But Emma Stone could strike Oscar gold for a second time with her performance in Poor Things. Experts say sure bets are Robert Downey Jr. for Best Supporting Actor and breakout star Da'Vine Joy Randolph for Best Supporting Actress. Jimmy Kimmel. Da'Vine Joy Randolph for Best Supporting Actress.
Girl, I need some help here. You're good at this stuff.
Daylight Joy Randall for Best Supporting Actor. Yes. Jimmy Kimmel returning as the show's host for the fourth time.
I think what you're saying is hosting the Oscars is even harder than being a woman.
No. In promos, Kimmel poking fun at one of the Oscars' biggest controversies this year, the nomination snub for Barbie director Greta Gerwig. But Barbie fans don't despair. Like other Best Song nominees, Ryan Gosling will perform live, belting out his Barbie anthem, I'm Just Ken.
I have heard that they're planning dozens. What a way to go out. If Ken Shampoo sang that song for his last day here at KFI. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like
that would have been great. That would have been fantastic.
I'm just kidding.
Like other Best Song nominees, Ryan Gosling will perform live, belting out his Barbie anthem, I'm Just Ken.
I have heard that they're planning dozens and dozens of Kens to be up on stage with Gosling. I've heard it described as one of the biggest production numbers in the history of the Oscars. Wow. Looking forward to that.
And another cool element planned for this year's show, every acting award will be presented by a group of cast.
Imagine where you are in life, where there's a rumor going around that there's going to be dozens of guys on stage dressed up like Ken, and you get excited about them. Like that's something you tell friends, or you send out on Twitter, or Instagram, or TikTok, and you say, "Oh, I can't wait! I'm going to bed early." Oh yeah, well, why is that? Oh, didn't hear. Well, what's going on? Bunch of guys going to get up on stage and look like Ken during the Oscars. Wow, that's wild! I didn't hear that. Where'd you hear that? Yeah, it's on KFI. It's on KFI. We're on KFI. Dozens and dozens of Kens to be up on stage with Gosling. I've heard it described as one of the biggest production numbers. How about that? I've heard it described like there's dozens and dozens of Kens to be up on stage with Gosling. I've heard it's one of the biggest production numbers in the history of the Oscars. Yeah, I heard different. I heard it was supposed to be like the second biggest production of Kens on stage. Gives an F.
And another cool element planned for this year's show, every acting award will be presented by a group of past winners in that category instead of just the previous year's winners.
Oh, that's cool. You hear that reaction?
Instead of just the previous year's winners.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's great. The next winners are going to present trophies to new winners. Oh, good enough for you.
Previous year's winners. They did this back in 2009. People love it.
Oh, I remember that. 2009. I remember that. Yeah. Seems like only about 14, 15 years.
Previous year's winners. They did this back in Previous year's winners. Previous year's winners. They did this back in 2009. People loved it. We know.
Hey, welcome back.
Thanks, baby. How are you? What up, Sir Linkius?
Good evening, Rabbi.
What's new with you?
About to make a swap for some more Bitcoin.
Hell yeah, baby.
Ticker symbol Bitcoin is for
Where's Mockingbird?
Fantastic. All these people up there dressed like Ken. And then past winners are going to present the new winners.
We know it's always more fun when you get to do it with your friends.
Right. Oh, man, I can't wait.
We know it's always more fun when you get to do it with your friends.
I don't know when you go home and
That's right.
everything sell out. We have to go on the air and talk about how great it's going to be to 80 guys up there dressed as Ken. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody watches that show. Nobody watches the Oscars. No. And some people are so excited. Like Erin's going this year in the newsroom. She's going with Steve. I don't know. I guess she's going to pretend to cover it.
She's got the on with Amy on Monday morning to do a recap.
Is that right?
Yeah, with the wake-up call.
She should be into it. If she's still, young and got stars in her eyes. Check back with her.
She's so giddy and adorable.
Isn't that great? We had all over that. Maybe we should be celebrating that. Stand for the guy. I can't wait. No, I'm excited about you 900K. That's it. I gotta go. There's 80 cats on stage.
Do you hear?
Never like it. All right, live on KFI for now, Chris.
5 middle school students in the Beverly Hills School District have been expelled by the school board over fake AI nude photos of other students shared around the school. Apple has switched up and will allow Epic Games to set up a store for iPhone apps in Europe, a virtual store. Apple had been trying to stop the maker of Fortnite from taking advantage of new rules in Europe. And the feds have approved the expansion of the weight loss drug Wegovy to reduce the risk of stroke, heart attacks, and other serious heart problems in overweight or obese people. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. There's a crash in Cheeto.
This was on the eastbound side of the 60, just past Central. Looks like they're blocking lanes, kind of low on details as to which lanes are blocked, but we're seeing big delays overall, loading up away from a zoo stop. Santa Monica with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Angel still lots of storm.
What up?
10 eastbound.
Coming big MX. What up, baby?
I need directions for paying down debt.
Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment.
How's your day? Well, how was yours?
Positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon
Hope
as
you're
the
doing
same
well.
you sign, with no fees required.
You could get out of Irish credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt.
Good to hear. I'm live on YouTube on 5 different streams. Look at this. Look at all that. Go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild. You'll see 5 different streams, yo. Oh, okay, damn. Damn right is right.
Some people just know one of the realize just thinking of the way ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at, and olive oil based on real cherry on top. And they know when you buy the home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%. But the savings are irresistible. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings on the home policy. Allstate vehicle and property insurance company and affiliates from
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited plan, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid to qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Enbridge offers the Parity Flexibility, designed for women's unique retirement needs. Flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Enbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive with your ultimate plans. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/better. Rates, full call disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli? At my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win the time.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? Initially reported about 7 o'clock last night, about 3 miles offshore, Huntington Beach PD said they did see what they believed to be a slip. Back in 2021, we had a huge rupture when a tanker anchor ripped the pipeline. It's unclear exactly how big this rupture may be, even if it is a rupture, but it could affect the shoreline of Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, and Newport Beach.
Oh, boy. All right, keep an eye on that. All right, we talked about airplanes in the first hour. United Airlines has had their troubles this week, and Alaska Airlines continues to have, be in the news for all the wrong reasons. When doors open up, or doors fly open, or the luggage compartment opens up, or a guy in the cockpit tries to shut off all the engines mid-flight. Those are big stories. Big stories. It makes everybody a little leery about flying. And now TSA, they're going to copy Vons and Pavilions and Ralphs, and they might be doing self-screening. How about this?
It's been 23 years since TSA was stood up. Today, screening 2.5 million people every day at 440 airports nationwide. Every carry-on, every suitcase, every passenger screened and cleared. But now the TSA is testing what could be a faster checkpoint of the future. Great. Quick. No hassle. A self-checkpoint, much like self-grocery checkouts.
How about that? A self-check-through with TSA. I like this guy who described it. It was great. It was great. Right? Yes, it's for me use. It was great. Quick. And then he uses the term quick. And then he says nothing. Quick. Quick. This is only description. Quick. Guys, that guy might be on the news once in his life. Once in his life. Maybe a few words. Just uses one term. Quick. Quick. Done.
No hassle.
No hassle. Like
a self-checkpoint, much like self-grocery checkouts. Almost the entire screening process is self-guided. More automated, allowing TSA officers to keep eyes on security.
Yeah, with a big prize.
What did you call it?
What up, Pete? How are you, baby?
But it's not gone without hiccups. Gloria from...
Wait. What?
But it's not gone without hiccups.
Hiccups. We're talking about people getting on a flight with a possible weapon. That's a hiccup.
Gloria from New York was rushing to catch a flight.
Supposedly my watch, my haircut, my jacket.
Wow, okay. She had
Supposedly my watch, my haircut.
a watch and a hair clip set the thing off.
And my jacket.
And a jacket.
Starting today, a 6-month trial run in Las Vegas. Reserved check flyers only who know.
What up, Tim?
Some of us will be familiar to regular travelers. Come up to the checkpoint, take your carry-on, put it in the bag. If you've got any questions,
Yeah, and for some reason, it's 2024. This century is almost a quarter over. Next year, it'll be 2025. It'll almost be over by 25%, right? We're 24% done with the century right now. It's almost 25, almost a quarter done. Yeah. Yeah. Where do we put our cell phone and our loose change and the stuff in our pockets? Whenever we go to TSA or Staples Center or whatever it's called, crypto.com, what do? We put them in a dog bowl. A dog bowl. In 2024, nobody's come up with anything more fashionable, more modern than a dog bowl. We put all this stuff in a bowl that dogs eat from.
take the carry-on, put it in the bag. If you've got any questions,
put it in the dog bowl.
Simply ask the TSA officer on demand.
Hi there, how may I help you today?
TSA officers will dial in remotely.
Place everything in the bin.
I can't imagine this thing not blowing up. Where TSA is dialing in remotely to help you out, to help you self-check through the metal detector.
TSA officers will dial in remotely.
All right.
Place everything in the bin.
I did that.
Yes, and when you're all done, go ahead and slide your items forward.
We'll get that too.
Slide your bin onto the rollers.
Get that.
Can you imagine being behind these people that need to call that virtual person? Like if you're I took forever to get here now. I'm like, right there, one person in front of me, they're like, I need assistance.
And if anyone's ever made a Zoom call, which is all of us, you know how they never, ever go smooth. Ever. They're always
sound doesn't work.
Right. You're expecting that person who called for some help to get the whole technology behind it. There's a little script. Hi, I'm the TSA person. What can I do for you? Well,
And we expect government at the airport to have a down pat.
Then walk right into the floor.
Say this, and this is not just because I use LAX and Burbank Airport, sometimes Long Beach, sometimes Orange County. But man, I don't know what it is, but the TSA in Burbank has it down. If they're the quickest, they're the nicest, they're the coolest to everybody, and I don't know what it is. And a lot of my friends hate when I talk about Burbank Airport. They say, let's keep it a secret. Let's not tell the world how great it is. And I said, all right, well, I just have to, I got 3 hours until here every night. But Burbank TSA, man, they're tops. They are tops.
Then walk right into the full body scanner. And this is what's new.
What is that? Oh, you didn't say that on the air, you said to me. Oh, probably said that. Are you just trying to kiss their ass because that's the TSA you use all the time when you go to the airport? No.
you think I'm roll is like, oh, Burbank, I get it.
Right, I get it. Yeah. Oh, that's just you fly through that TSA and they give you special treatment, right?
You come in and you put your arms down to the side, and it's going to look for anything that shouldn't be there. And it's telling me I got to come back down. I have a microphone, of course, that is detected. I've got the transmitter on my belt, and something a lot of people forget, my cell phone. Bags don't require rescreening, cycle back automatically. After testing the checkpoint, the TSA will decide whether any of it can be rolled out nationally. Are you expecting too much of passengers to expect that they can do this on their own?
We don't know. We've never tried this before. This is something that is a first here.
It's amazing that when Target and Walmart and a lot of these grocery stores are bailing on self-checkout, the TSA is embracing it. That's why. All right, so in the future, you can check your luggage through yourself. All right, well, enjoy that. We're live on KFI, or now with Rose.
Hey, security guard from Overland has been attacked by a group of teenagers fishing in a private lake.
A guard at East Lake Village was attacked after asking the teenagers to stop fishing because it was after dark. Neighbors say the guard was choked unconscious and that another teenager appeared to be...
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the driver who treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with driver pays from Allstate. In some states, participation in drug laws allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate will increase with drivers driving generally safer drivers with safer drivers. Allstate Road Casualty Insurance Company affiliates are Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco comprarme estilo muy linda posible a una galería de derrota y una joven abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan can help you save thousands by consolidating your DUBT into one low fixed monthly payment. You can get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/payoff. NMLS is 968. Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Eye in the sky.
Let's check out Irvine. This is the drive on the 5. Northbound delays getting away from just about the 133 freeway, almost Sand Canyon, all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Bad breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zelman's Minty Melon. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow. Mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. It's not just a mint. Pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck the mint coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours, inviting into the muscle rooms. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It fights bad breath in your mouth and goes down to your gut and really goes to work. Zelman's gives you a money-back guarantee I know you'll never use. There's free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and trust me, you're going to want more. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for 30 years, so I proudly stand behind this product. Go to Zelmans.com, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you can save money. Good to know. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy at Avengers Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Chicken park reservation required, offering subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com.
Let's
Let's dance. Put on your dance shoes. Yeah, let's crank it up here. Put on your dance shoes and dance the night. Let's dance to the song playing on the radio. Lights up your face. Let's sing. You play this approach when you were doing the club? No. This isn't one of your hits? No. You never got the request to play this, huh?
Never did.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was just past that time where people were like,
Too slow.
a little bit. Yeah.
Did you get a ton of requests for YMCA? Yeah. There's still a hit, huh?
Man, weddings, whatever. Yeah, weddings, it's a go-to.
Yeah, I always found it unusual that people that didn't dance or really weren't into music just sat there all day. But when that song comes on, they all get up and they rock.
Arms flailing.
Yeah. Older people too.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, didn't matter.
YMCA, man. What is? All right, we have more news on this shooting. There's a shooting, and police are investigating a shooting at Crenshaw Boulevard and 71st Street in Hyde Park, involving two male suspects. Poor man, looking crazy out there. Who fled the scene in a Toyota Corolla after injuring a victim who was taken to the hospital in unknown condition, according to LAPD. That happened on 71st and Crenshaw. So for geography nuts out there, it's south of the 10, west of the 110, on Crenshaw and 71st, just a little bit north of the 4, the fabulous 4, which is, I think it's now called the Kia. And so let's find out more with our friends over at ABC7. What's going on with the shooting?
Breaking news in Hyde Park, where a shooting investigation is underway.
Gil Davis is in Sky 5 with Warner Gill.
Sheriff Mike, you're looking at the intersection of 71st Street and
Or Channel 5, I think. It sounds like more like Channel 5.
Breaking news in Hyde Park, where a shooting investigation is underway.
Gil Davis is in Sky 5 with Warner Gill.
Sheriff Mike, you're looking at the intersection of 71st Street and Crenshaw. This is where at around 4:37, a call came out for shots fired in this area. When officers arrived, they found a man with a gunshot wound and they transported that man to a local hospital. The condition of that man is unknown. But what we're seeing here at this intersection is a car that was struck by the vehicle.
Okay, here's my experience with shootings in Los Angeles. When somebody gets shot in LA and they're going to make it, there's an investigation going on, but they don't block off the intersection for hour after hour after hour. If they're not going to make it, that's when the big investigation comes out. And right now, all of those streets are closed around Crenshaw and 71st. That tells me that whoever got shot was in pretty poor condition. That's living in the city for a long time. That's the sign you get. If the intersection's blocked off everywhere and there's 500 cops, somebody's not going to make it.
Vehicle traveling northbound on Crenshaw. That vehicle traveled this distance all the way to here where it crashed into the sidewalk. This is where that man was found inside that car, shot. We don't know the condition of that man at this point, but right now, LAPD's 77th Division officers are investigating exactly how and where exactly this shooting took place.
All right, so avoid the area there. Crenshaw and the big street there is Florence. It's just about a block north of Florence and Crenshaw. Florence and Crenshaw, in a car, shot, and that whole area is blocked off. So if you live in the area or work in the area, a lot of traffic. A lot of streets blocked off in that area. So Kiki, thank you. Kiki is the one that got us all the information. And Bethany as well. Working on tandem there to bring off that information. Thank you. All right, this weekend, what are we doing this weekend? Daylight savings. Yeah, we'll come back and do that radio hack story.
It's the worst clock charge.
Yeah, it is terrible. Yeah, of the two, it's the by far worst. The other one's great. You get an extra hour of sleep and an extra hour and do whatever you want. This one, they take an hour from
For some reason, there's a group of people that likes it this way. They want to stay on this one where they like to jump forward.
Oh, they like it? Okay.
These
But it's going to screw up your weekend because you're going to get up on Sunday and you think, oh, it's only 1 p.m. Rise and shine.
1 p.m.
It's really 2. We're live on KFI. More now with Crozier. By the way, we've got a great guest coming on. Adam Carolla at 6 p.m. Adam Carolla at 6 p.m.
It's their last
tonight. And the reason I wanted to ask him to come on is he talked about something. And I have a constant argument with my wife, a fight with my wife. And I thought that I was the only guy that was arguing about this topic with my wife. Turns out he was number 2. I was number 1. He's number 2. We're live on KFI more now.
Police was shot to death near a hiking trail in Tarzana. Security guard from the nearby community found the body early this morning. Video showed several shell casings and crime scene tape around the area where the body was found. U.S. asking for fighting in Sudan to have a pause during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan so aid can get to the 25 million people who need there. Sudan's military and a paramilitary group have been in war since last year. And a new study says a single dose of LSD could give lasting anxiety relief. FDA's granted therapy status to a formula by company Mind Medicine with the most adverse events, they say, rated as mild to moderate. Mostly clear and cool overnight tonight. Clear skies and a little bit warm tomorrow. A little bit of clouds and a warm Sunday. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm. Let's get to Crashing Irvine.
This is on the 405, heading northbound, driven up on MacArthur Boulevard. That's
Tax Act, you can think of a million things more fun than filing taxes. Tax Act is going to name some of them. Sitting in traffic, folding a fitted bedsheet, listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team, digging a hole, digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, Tax Act's filing software can't make taxes file, but Tax Act can help you get them done. Tax Act, let's get them over with.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months or younger with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? And will you sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Clean Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. And it's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flexibility. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flexibility, and it's one more example of a commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excited, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are able to be all of these goals. And retirement income you cannot wait is the ultimate place. Who's place? Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Please visit Cambridge.io/parity for rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Solar now. Most people don't think about a lawyer till the cuffs go on. We're smarter than that. I'm attorney Derek Kavner, the founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS. People in Southern Cal know to put 1-800-NO-CUFFS on speed dial now because no one wants good handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
Big range, bring big termite swarming. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home termite inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites.
The clean, friendly way. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Small Business Saturday Spotlight. We'll be featuring a different small business every Saturday from now until next Small Business Saturday in November this year.
Don't Walrus Shark tomorrow evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM at 640 Conway Show. And Adam Kroll is coming on. And I'm close. There we go. All right, Crozier, you're the only guy I know that has this experience. I got to ask you a question. If you're buying a new car, do you buy a Kia or a Hyundai?
That's the same company.
Same company, same quality.
Basically, same car, yeah.
And you've had good luck with both.
Yes, I had one of each.
One of each. Your wife has a Hyundai, you have a Kia?
Yes.
All right.
I got Forte, she has a Hyundai.
All right. That's the move. That's the move. I hear you. I rented a Tucson. So it's home Tucson, yeah. And that's a great car. Great car. All right, KFI AM 640 wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort from Save the Day Happy at Adventures Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy at the happiest place on earth. Keep listening to KFI for your chance to win a 4-pack of 1 day, 1 card tickets to the Disneyland Resort. Yeah, you're gonna love it. If you win those tickets, you're going to the Disneyland Resort. How cool is that? All right, we got some news here at Daylight Savings. It's this weekend. Don't forget. Maybe you're not into it. Maybe your schedule is all busied up and you forgot it's this weekend. It's this weekend. So you got to be prepared.
On Sunday morning, when you sluggishly stir from your slumber, you might be voting share, wishing you could turn back time 60 minutes, regaining the hour that was snatched as you snoozed. Granger expressed vividly on TikTok.
It's going to take us at least 2 weeks to get our sleep routines back in order.
Though, but the sun...
Where are you in life where it takes you 2 weeks to get your sleep routine?
What you got going on that it's that interrupting?
Wow.
takes me almost 2 months to get.
Wow.
Yeah, and it
Is that
hurts me
right?
every time.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Right. What's going on with you then? You know? Something's going on.
It's going to take us at least 2 weeks to get our sleep routines back in order.
Though with the sun rising later and setting later, some do see daylight saving time's bright side.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I gotta come clean. It takes me 6 months to get used to it. I don't get used to it until we change the clock.
Oh, come on.
Then I'm totally cool again. It takes me 6 months to get back into it. It's not wild. 6 months. I think I'm out of the ordinary. Yeah, something's going on with me. Right, that's
Spring is coming. Longer days are almost here. Hallelujah.
What nearly 2/3 of American
what energy this woman has, huh?
Spring is coming. Longer days are almost here. Hallelujah.
take it down a notch.
Driving cross country this month.
Spring is coming.
We're not going to Montana.
Longer days are almost here.
See the arts in St. Louis.
Hallelujah.
About the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And
What nearly 2/3 of Americans do agree on? They want to stop swinging forward and falling back.
Yes.
A practice that started more than a century ago to save on electricity. This week, Oregon State Senate narrowly passed a bill that would make standard time permanent, but only if California and Washington State do the same.
There is no question that this bill has generated an enormous amount of controversy.
Federal law says states can use standard time year-round, something Arizona and Hawaii already do, but many would rather have daylight saving time all the time.
yeah, Arizona's ahead of us on a lot of levels. Although, about 2 weeks ago, they just recognized Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. I get that. They've got some blind spots. But Arizona said screw to changing clocks. That is what the whole country should say.
Did they ever change their clocks?
I don't know. I don't think they did. It's a weird state. I think the heat gets them. I really do. They really don't do anything like the rest of America. Although, have you ever been to Arizona?
A couple times, yeah. Driven through.
Man, the streets are beautiful. I don't know how they do it down there. There's no potholes. Last time I drove to Arizona, I noticed this. On the highways, the streets, boulevard, the avenues, whatever.
Do they get much rain?
I don't know if they get what amount of rain they get, but man, they have no potholes.
I think it's such a relatively, especially the metro areas, is so new that the pavement there is much more advanced than places like here that have been around for a while.
Plus, I got a theory. That we have earthquakes. The earth is constantly moving in California. And you have something that's constantly moving, you're going to get hit.
There you go.
Like, you can, a house that's been around since 1938, most of the bolts are still tight. But if you have an RV that you've had since 1938, everything's loose because it moves.
It's made from both.
Yes, it moves. It constantly moves. And we get that in California. We're constantly moving, and I think that affects the streets and the commerce.
See, so
Thank you. And I always tell Bellio, man, when I get some sleep, I'm sharp as they come.
that would require an act of Congress, something that keeps stalling. Supporters say more PM sunlight means more shopping and outdoor physical activity after work.
Oh my gosh, soon we can start wearing just t-shirts and biker shorts for our outdoor walks.
But many experts feel it's best to stick to standard with more daylight in the morning.
Driving up on daylight savings time, we actually are probably reducing our sleep and chronic.
Let me go back here.
Oh my gosh, soon we can start wearing just t-shirts and biker shorts for our outdoor walks.
Okay. Now, with that kind of attitude, better be hot. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, soon we can start wearing just t-shirts and
t-shirts and biker shorts.
Wearing just t-shirts and biker shorts for our outdoor walks.
Shit, that the term she used? Hot girl walks. Oh, gotta be hot. Have a hot girl walk. Can be tons of fun. Walking around with the girls. Gotta be a hot girl. Hot girl walks. Wow, man.
What's going on, Jay? How you living, Pimp?
That's right. They're just like you. Except.
Many experts feel it's best to stick to standard with more daylight in the morning.
I've been there. I am setting up these accounts, or I do more to entertain you, but I'm adding like 5 accounts to 5 different laptops, which is like 25 different accounts. It takes a long time. What'd you say?
I don't think I'm trying to entertain more or less. I am just trying to find like
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, normally though, I'm in here trying to get like a ton of people going, et cetera, et cetera. But as of right now, I want to make sure I get all these streams set up because it gives me more people to broadcast in front of, and that's a big deal. And that's how I met you. If you want, I mean, here, I got something we can do. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? Do you like his podcast? All right. Well, if you like, I can get that going. Do you have a certain topic that you like finance, ufology, health? Excellent. Dude, have you listened to episode 1992 starring director Oliver Stone? It's episode Joe Rogan Experience episode 1992 starring or featuring director Oliver Stone. He directed Full Metal Jacket. He directed JFK. He directed. So he's on there, and he talks about nuclear energy, and it's one of the most fascinating discussions I've ever heard. So with that, let me pull that one up. It's an excellent one, and I feel like I thought nuclear energy was a lot more dangerous than it really is. So, in the meantime, perhaps you can check it out. Just a moment, I'm pulling it up. There was even what? Right.
Smothered to death in 2022. Arrests in the case were made from between January this week. Maine Coast Mason has been arrested for allegedly hitting and killing a woman with his car before driving away. They say the woman was crossing the street on a Sunday when she was hit. They say the man who was working as a driver for a rideshare service drove away from the scene. The woman was taken to the hospital where she died.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum season ticket sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a premium smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location.
Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Tuesday, students arrested later that day on felony hit and run charges. Students at Caltech have kicked off the 39th annual engineering design competition.
Mechanical engineering students this year had to create airships that look like mini blimps filled with helium. The goal is to get the airship to capture floating balloons and pass those balloons through their opponent's goal before time runs out. AJ Torres is one of 5 female students on Team Metromancers.
I've been looking forward to this specific day for 3.5 years.
Instructor for the Engineering Design Laboratory course, Michael Mello, says the students don't just build mechanical skills from the program.
There's also a lot of
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Same by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
I have been fascinated by this subject for a long time, and I'm very, very happy that you made this documentary. It's a very good documentary, by the way. Thank you for making it, and thank you for highlighting this very, very important issue that seems to have been really confused, and I'm really glad how you covered it in this documentary about 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and Fukushima. We have these ideas in our mind about the dangers of nuclear power, and I love the analogy that you made in the film about how driving a car is not scary, but it's dangerous. Flying in a plane feels scary, but it's far safer. Yeah. And this is a great analogy to nuclear power. When you went over the data, when you talked about the amount of deaths from coal every year, when you talk about the amount of deaths overall ever from nuclear, it's stunning. It is. It's stunning. And then when you cut to, in the documentary, you showed the anti-nuclear movement that happened after 3 Mile Island. Yeah. And how crazy it was. There's all these stars and celebrities, and they're doing concerts. We've got to stop nuclear power, and what a mess.
That happens when a fad, it becomes fashionable.
Yeah.
It's a very successful move, but you're talking about the negatives here, and the accidents, and we cover all that in the film, which is called Nuclear Now. And the idea that was behind it was because I really was like you. I went along with those things in the 70s and the 80s because I didn't know better. I wasn't educated. I really wanted to know, what is nuclear power? I wanted to go back to the source. And you got to go back to the beginning, and you got to go back to Marie Curie and Albert Einstein and World War II and all how it got developed. This nuclear energy is a beautiful, incredible, almost a miracle that was given to us. We have an Earth. It's in the Earth. Uranium is everywhere. The planet, the Earth, the sun, and we, in a sense, we took it like Prometheus, and we kind of misinterpreted it, misused it, which is kind of normal given what we do with natural things. World War II was happening just as the nuclear fission was being understood, and that made the bomb. They made the bomb with it because there was a war on. They rushed it, and they did an amazing job. Oppenheimer down in Los Alamos, and they got it. They were successful. But as you know, it was misunderstood at that point that nuclear energy was not a nuclear bomb. In the contrary, a bomb is very difficult to build. And it takes years sometimes. It takes scientists, they have to enrich the plutonium, and they have to work at it. There's all configurations in the bomb that don't exist in nuclear energy. So when people see a nuclear energy plant, subconsciously they cross it with both war, and they cross it with horror films that they've seen in the 1950s with radioactivity and monsters that come out of that. A spider bites the man, and he becomes Spider-Man. Hulk. Yeah. It's incredible the stuff that happens, and Hollywood has done no favors to it. It's continued for years and years and years, and then, of course, you had 3 Mile Island. The film was coming out at the same time, China Syndrome, and with Jane Fonda. It was a good film. I enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it, but it really was hysterical and alarmist, saying nothing happened at 3 Mile Island except the reactor did melt down, but nobody got hurt because the containment structure worked to keep it in. So there was no release of radiation. And they continued on. Silkwood was another one, and then, if you remember, not too long ago, there was the HBO thing, Chernobyl, which was a complete fictionalization of what happened at Chernobyl. So we went to Russia, and we talked to the scientists there, and we wanted to know what happened at Chernobyl, and we find out that it's in the film. And the same thing is true for Fukushima, which is unbelievable, because when you go to the bottom of it, I was astounded to find out that nobody died there from radiation, not one Japanese. They checked the whole thing out, and it's been done to death. But you hear about 15,000, 20,000 people died from the tsunami and the earthquake, which was the biggest earthquake Japan ever had. I mean, really, we showed the earthquake, we showed the tsunami. The wave was 100 feet tall. There was a badly built wall. The wall was not a seawall that could hold, and the generators were flooded beneath the water.
And these were also not state of the art.
That's right.
It's like what they can do now in terms of these power plants.
You know, everything gets better. I mean,
yeah.
But even those nuclear reactors built 60, 70 years ago are still functioning. They're legacy reactors. They do work.
Yeah.
And we mustn't dismiss them. Yeah, it gets better. And technology gets better. Like, as in any business, there's another generation, and it's better, but hopefully better. But
the point was that they could avoid what happened in Fukushima today.
Well, Fukushima was, if you look at it closely, Japan had built 20-some reactors at that point, and this one is the only one. The others were exposed to the same earthquake and the same kind of tsunami. Several of them were on that same coastline, but this particular one, this plant, was the only one that was shaken up. And even then, all the radiation that was released, there was a hydrogen explosion. That radiation released in the air, you heard about it. It was supposed to be another Chernobyl. Well, we have shots in the film showing they're taking tests on all the Japanese citizens, and nobody get, it's low level, what they call low level radiation, which is, we can sustain it. We have DNA in our body that fixes, repairs our body as each day goes by.
But it's also, you point out very well in the film, that there's a lot of radiation that you don't even take into consideration that you encounter constantly. We have this idea of radiation as being a net negative. It's a terrible thing, but it's just a thing. You get it from being outside. You get it from rocks. You get it from all sorts of things.
There's radiation in this room. You get radiation from eating a banana.
I think what you said is so true, that films and comic books are fictions of radiation. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, that started early.
It's a giant problem because
comic books and all that.
It plays to the worst aspects of human nature. We just love to get terrified about headlines, so we don't read into the devil of the details.
Exactly. That's what was confusing to me, and we're miseducated. And there is still a bias against nuclear, if you mention it to anybody.
Yeah, it's scary, instantly.
But the point is we can live with it, and we have to, because we're facing a very difficult situation, a cliff that we're going to go over, and it seems that no one's really getting it. So that's why I felt like the film, I wanted to know, I need to educate myself. So in doing the film, I think I was able to bring out these things you talk about. What is wrong with nuclear energy? It can work. It is a miracle. We should use it, and we should use it abundantly. The Chinese and the Russians are way ahead of us. They've built this. They built it, and they built it with government backing, not like the U.S., where we kind of back it, but we don't really back it. So as a result, China's really cutting out now because they have about 70 reactors, approximately 70 reactors. Yeah, about 74, I think. Anyway, they're building, and I've heard, I don't remember the source, but I did hear that they're putting another $140 billion into this thing, which means that they're going to build 150-some reactors over the next, by 2038. That is a serious investment. Serious investment. Wow.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink. It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I have to drink other coffee, I will do it. But I drink Black Rifle Coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to their website and use the code Joe to get 30% off your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hafer is a very good friend of mine. They're veteran-founded and veteran-run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to helping veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to give back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC in a year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic grows from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. He was brewing coffee in the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. They have he's a real coffee nerd who's also a veteran. Wide variety of ground coffee, whole beans, even K-cups. So
Sorry,
go check
Jay,
out
just one moment.
all of the different flavors.
What did you say, my man?
I think the episode's over. You've been going on for about a minute or two about Black Rifle Coffee.
No, you would think so. That's Spotify for you. It's definitely not over. It definitely just started. His ads on Spotify are usually like 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, you got it. No worry. Wait, what'd you say?
I wanted to touch base on stuff that you said.
Oh, okay.
About nuclear power not being beneficial to you.
Uh-huh.
And there's actually been a study right now in Chernobyl. I was recently read up about that they're studying wolves locally around Chernobyl because they're being eaten radically what got all of the wildlife and alien environment. And so they're testing the wolves for cancer. Because they built up the immunity that the radiation is eating all the
Wow, that's fascinating. I read that of all the animals that were found there, the only one that didn't have long-lasting effects permanently were the nematodes. I'm like, why the nematodes? I'm not exactly sure. There's something about their makeup genetically that allows them to not absorb as much radiation or something. But then we did a whole bunch of tests on these nematodes to be able to see if we can replicate that in humans one day, basically to make ourselves stronger against radiation poisoning. But they talk about this. They talk about Chernobyl. They talk about the animal and the fauna and the flora that was there. It's really fascinating. The only thing I regret is that I can't fast forward through the commercials, but it's they talk about that, and I'm right here. If you can't ever see me, it's just because the videos like this. I'm literally right here, and I just have computers all over, but I do my best to kind of check and like just pop my head in. So here we go.
On their website, and while you're there, make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel. They have top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more, all made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. That's a serious investment that would take a long time for us to catch up to.
Well, it's not about competing. It's
right,
about,
but if we wanted to do what they're doing right now,
well, we have,
even if it's not competing, just to be current Yeah. So they're the leader right now. Then.
Well, no, we're the biggest country in the world. We still have 90-some reactors online.
So China's climate goals hinge on a $440 billion nuclear build-out. That's interesting. So we still have more, even with all the negative stereotypes about nuclear reactors. Planning at least 150 new reactors in the next 15 years. More than the rest of the world has built in the past 35.
That's
right. Wow.
That's right. I'm surprised you remember.
No, it just says it right there. Oh, Jimmy just had it pulled up.
China has, well, you got a system worked out.
Yeah, Jimmy's a wizard. Look at him over there. He's the best.
He doesn't know what this stuff is about.
But, this article that you just pulled up, Jamie, this is from Bloomberg.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, you see, you got the source right away.
And this is from 2021. It's this whole thing. It is exactly how you lay it out in the film. It's almost like we have to cure ourselves of these misconceptions, and if we don't, we're screwed.
China's building, man. They don't fuck around. Now they have a lot of coal. They're still building coal plants because they have a huge demand, and they have to get off the coal. That is crucial because they are completely contaminating the atmosphere as well. The more nuclear they build, the better it will be.
The contamination from coal is terrifying. We showed a documentary that had been done. Do you remember the documentary?
No, but I remember it was.
It was a documentary. It was all about. One of the things that was highlighting is all the people that live around these plants and the air quality they suffer. It's insane. Their cars are covered with like a thin film of all the particulates in the atmosphere.
That's correct.
It's horrible.
They estimate from air pollution alone, I've read figures of 4 million deaths a year.
It's just so many.
Now, hold on a second. He says something very important. He says something very, very important.
From air pollution, but 1 million at least from coal a year. That's what I've seen.
Okay. So he says 1 million people in China, between 1 and 4 million people, but like 1 million conservatively, die from lung issues based on coal. Okay? That's 1 million a year. The reason why that's an important statistic is you're going to later learn that less than 50 people total have ever died from nuclear power. It's an incredibly small amount. So this is just in China, 1 million people a year. Who knows worldwide? I'm guessing probably something like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But 50 people in all of history have ever died from coal power. It's fascinating. There you go.
Could be more coal. So it's.
And who knows what the health negatives are on top of that. Like how many people are suffering with illnesses and ailments because of those particulates, especially around those reactors or the plants rather. It's horrible.
Well, we still have coal in the U.S.
Yeah. No, this was in the U.S. This was in Indiana, correct?
Oh, yeah. No, they have coal everywhere. President Trump said, Trump digs coal. I dig coal.
He said clean coal once. Which was like, what the fuck are you saying? The fuck are you saying? Cleaner than what?
The other...
Lighting tires?
No, the other truth that we miss is gas. Now, we know how ugly the oil thing is. I mean, there's the waste and all the oil. And this fossil fuel itself is destroying the universe because we're putting carbon into the atmosphere, CO2. But gas is considered, they're using gas everywhere. Even it seems like a modern thing. They say, well, renewables, which are solar and wind, those are, we're all for that. I want wind, we want solar, but they don't work all the time. They run out winter, at night.
Is it also bad weather battery technology when it comes to
that's part of it too, but the point is when they run out, what they need is gas backup. It's backup. You see, nuclear doesn't need storage and it doesn't need backup. What's the beauty of it? It's a real clean energy. And gas does. I mean, renewables do need backup, and that backup is gas.
So it's not 100% like. One of the issues is about storage, the waste.
Yeah.
And when you talked about just the size of the amount of storage, it's not nearly as much as a lot of people think it is.
The amount of waste that America has used up to now since 1958, whenever Shippingport was built, amounts to about the size of Walmart. Frankly, you could put it in a Walmart.
So that's another important point. All of the nuclear waste that the world has produced, you could fit into a Walmart. It's not a lot. It's very small. Keep that in mind.
Make a big deal about waste, but they don't realize that it's so intensive in energy, huge amount of energy that it's how do you say, compact as a result. So it fits into if waste itself is a positive about nuclear, because first of all, there's been no harm done. So it's been buried in casks, and first of all, it goes into water for maybe 2-3 years, and that's a conductor that takes the radioactivity down, and then it gets put into casks that are 12 to 14 feet. They build these casks in the United States. Is a great. It does not conduct radioactivity. Concrete stops it. So concrete and steel and casks work. They can go for 100 years, and then you can go another 100 years, and then eventually, you realize that radioactivity drops each time. In 4 or 5 years, it stops to almost. I don't have all the figures, but you can see that it's a ridiculous fear given compared to what? Given that climate change is so dangerous.
And compared to the deaths that are already occurring every year just from using the methods we have now, in comparison to the amount of people that died from nuclear, it's very, very small.
Well, the only people who died from nuclear that we know of are Chernobyl. There was 50 first responders who died in the actual. They were the badly protected. They were sent in by a corrupt and decaying Soviet government. And then they were hiding the fact that there was a leak. The radioactivity went all over Northern Europe. And still, it was not what we think it is. It's not like.
That's a very important point he makes. I don't know if you had the chance to just hear him. He says 50 people died from Chernobyl. That's a total amount of people have ever died. No one died at Fukushima from nuclear waste. Now, if you read on Wikipedia, they say 1 to 2 people. Okay, fine. So 1 to 2 people, fine. No one died at 3 Mile Island. And the 50 who died at Chernobyl were rushed in there by the Soviet government under threat of life, basically. This wasn't done safely. But yet only 50 people died.
It wasn't that enriched kind of radiation. It was a low-level radiation that exists that went out there. And they went out, the UN went in and the WHO went in, and it was really exhaustive what they did. And they came up with a number of about 4,000 possible deaths from cancer after Chernobyl. Now, since then, there's been another examination by another scientific organization that says that is even in a high number. We don't really know because people die from cancer.
Now, he says that 4,000 people died from cancer. That's a high number because we don't really know how many people died from cancer. So 4,000 plus 50 is the total amount, like completely who have ever died from nuclear power. And that's with like cancer that is in the Soviet Union that could have gotten it anywhere, frankly. Okay, that's a big deal. So what else is a big deal about this? The fact that of those people, 4,050 have died, yet 1 billion people in China die a year from coal. It's incredible.
Truly. So we don't really know how bad Chernobyl was, but nothing like what the environmentalists say is the end of the world.
Or the HBO series.
Oh, the HBO was a disaster. I mean, it was.
I didn't see it, but I heard it was great.
Yeah, it was great as tension and all that. Yeah, I make movies. I know you can make movies out of disasters, but it's not fair.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Never had one proponent. Nobody, and that's what bothered me. Nobody said it's a good thing, as opposed to it's this horrible beast.
It's crazy that it's something like that that's right in front of our face. It's right in front. It's not like something that has to be invented. It's not theoretical.
No, it's like, again, myth over. Use your reason. Go scientific. scientific.
Yeah.
Trust the science, which is very hard to do in a world where, imagine tobacco, it was told to us, is tobacco is good for you. Car seat belts were not necessary. We have automobile safety. All the good things that happen, they happen against the desire for profit.
Yeah. But even this desire for profit, it's like when we're talking about like renewables, you're talking about that it's really interesting that gets connected to green. Everyone says that's green. This is green power, green energy, but there's very little that's more green than solar.
Yeah, it's never mentioned. We went to Davos with a film. They're talking, here they are at Davos, all the world's richest businessmen, biggest guys, movers and shakers. They don't even have it on the agenda. They talk about clean, green, this, that.